Finally it worked. Why does it struggle sometimes to start? I have no more snacky snacks. I want my bread. I want my bread with syrup and mayo. Damn. Damn. Well. I have no freaking bread. That sounds so nasty. What do you mean? Well, not together, obviously. No! Oh my fucking god. God. I need that. Unbelievable. It is good, but separately. I mean separately. Bro, I need water, man. Is this charged? Yo, in the morning my AirPods were not charged. Yesterday, since I was using it all day yesterday, it wasn't charged. So today, all of a sudden, one of them died. And then I realized the case had no battery, so I had to quickly freaking get my freaking shit out quick. Put it to charge, which was a hassle to do, meanwhile jogging. And then I had to listen with one at a time, which is not the same. One at a time is not the same, so. But now it's fully charged, I think it is. Hold up, I gotta charge my tablet too. But yeah, man. Running with freaking one headphone is not... It's like half motivation. Half motivation. Not good. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take a shower. I'll take a shower, that way tomorrow I'm just gonna do 2 edits and that's all. And mostly because my whatever. Forget it. I'm still here. Yeah, they're charged now. I put it to charge. Alright, I'm gonna go take a shower. Don't lose the keys, man. Wait, the apples. 2 apples. Yeah, this. 2 apples. Let me go put 2 more. No more tuna, man. All I have left is apples. That's all I have left. Just apples. I have 1 protein bar that I found in my other backpack. It's been sitting in my second backpack for like maybe 3 months. It should be fine though. It's a Costco protein bar. The Kirkland chocolate chip protein bar. So I trust. I trust. Alright, shower time. Shower time. I'm back. I'm black. Not yet. There's nothing to eat. That's one of the problems. Second of all, I have no more bread. I have no more sauces. I am fucked. Am I right? Left this. Okay, wow. Left this stupid fucking music playing. I love this music. Well, I need sugar-free syrup. Maybe if I ask nicely. Can you buy bread, please? Otherwise, I eat your meat. It's either the bread or the meat. One or the other. Who be eating on my bed? My God. Like little mouses. Jesus Christ. Ted, where are you going? Fuck. Stop. Okay. I did not like that angle. Okay. I gotta switch views. Need about time you're back. What the fuck? Okay, so now one more thing I have to do, and that is, hold up, I'm gonna be taking this pill, the strong one, only that one. Also I need that, also I need that. Fuck, that one's empty. It's fine. Toilet paper. And we're gonna need the camera. Ted, that is not the position you need to be in. Okay. Gotta have the camera ready. Make sure I have the angle. What up? Ted, you have to be looking like this. Like that. There you go. Yeah. There you go, Ted. Hold up. We're gonna need more water. Here, hold the toilet paper. Okay. There we go. Like that. And then, gotta move the camera. Ugh. A little bit more high. Like that. There you go. Then we gotta put the lights. Alright. I won't take off my shirt right now because I still need some more stuff. Ugh. But it's getting a little bit hot in here, so I'm gonna have to take off my shirt soon. Ugh. Okay. Down. There we go. Okay, I think I got it now. Now I just gotta go live over here. And it should switch. Better switch. Why'd I even connect the camera? What is this? Video capture. There you go. Hold up. Camera needs to be more back. A little bit more high. Like that. I don't know if it switched. Did it switch? It did. First try. Now this is gonna be extremely loud, huh? It switched. It switched. What are we watching? It switched. What are we watching? What are we gonna watch? That is a big question. Oh, I gotta put the alarm for tomorrow. Gotta put the alarm. I don't know, but I've been told. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Any requests, QJ? Any requests? Yeah. Got anything in mind? Yo, you're on Twitch. I can't even see Twitch. I gotta take a piss though. Better not say anything. Okay, so now we are ready to begin. Look, let me move that up. In. Okay. So, any request? Okay, we got sugar-free ketchup. I found very old sugar-free black jam, some bread, and some PB2 as well. Okay, yeah, very good. Alright, so what do we have? Should we watch the same type of video or something switch it up? The TikTok, Discord mod, caught flirting with minors. Yo, my favorite YouTuber. Well, Eric the Electric, not my favorite, but like. Oh! Nah. God damn it, I told you I can't even see. Where's chat? Oh my god. Let's see. It doesn't matter, okay. Damn, that's crazy. 4.4 million views. Yo, they're so anticlimactic. Eventually, our feed will be filled with some banger stuff. But for now, we are at the beginning arc of our thing. We are at the beginning arc. Is there anything? Should we watch about a guy? Yo, that video yesterday was crazy, bro. That shit was crazy. That lore was insane, man. That was insane. The obesity reality TV star who scammed their fans. Who do I know? Oh, we should go to most popular. Fuck. The victims. Pokemon lore. No. You weren't even watching yesterday, bro. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. You were not even watching. You were not even watching. Oh, prank channels? Worse than you remember? Rice Gum? You guys want to see Rice Gum? Rice Gum? How he fell off? Foodie Beauty, the mukbanger who hates her life. Oh, I see this one. Since I like eating so much food, maybe this would help help solve that problem. Hopefully this solves my problem. First of all,
how low would you go to get rich? Everyone has a price for forsaking their dignity in order to acquire some cold, hard cash. But for a majority of people, that price is in the range of being set for life if it means irreversible humiliation.
But for a
Figures in the
majority of
ballpark
people,
of
that
10 to
price
20 million dollars will make almost anyone do almost anything if it means they don't have to go back to their 9 to 5 wage cages. And this sentiment is largely shown on YouTube as well. Creators like Nikocado Avocado have inflated their body to elephant size by consuming dump truck portions of food, along with playing an over-exaggerated character that screams all the time in order to extract as much monetary gain as possible. And for the most part, it's worked out for him. Even if Nick isn't enviable in his physical appearance, he's still become a multi-millionaire, and that's something others have coveted and tried to replicate. Now imagine doing what Nick does, but the character is actually just your personality, without the money, fame, or any of the positive benefit at all. And you pretty much have the online career of Foodie Beauty or Chantal, a fashion YouTuber turned lolcow, after her unintentional success from oversharing as she consumed lasagna. Even though most of Chantal's stories are always accompanied by her scarfing down food, I highly recommend you guys do the opposite when watching this. It's impressive how she can go into full detail about things like sharts, farts, and projectile diarrhea squirting without throwing up as she munches away.
The barf goes projectile all over their wall.
that's insane.
The poop goes all over their floor.
What the
At a glance,
fuck?
Chantal looks like just another unfortunate soul struggling with weight problems. But don't be fooled. Digging deeper into her 6-year-long history on YouTube reveals a roller coaster ride of vanity, drug addiction, failed weight loss attempts, abusive relationships, poultry, cancer, Islam, and kneeling before the Monster Mash, pledging her allegiance to the Graveyard Smash. Although she may look similar
What
to
does that
Nick
even
in
mean?
appearance, her career couldn't be closer to the opposite. In fact, the only other similarity she shares
Not
is an
even a train.
overabundance of hate watchers that most likely make up a majority of her viewer base. Well, that and feeders. But how did she get here? How do you gain the same notoriety of
Feed
someone
me,
like
guys.
Avocado, yet maintain an audience that's a fraction of his size?
Can I get
Today,
feeders?
We'll
That would be
that
sick.
and much more as we journey together through the story of the Foodie Beauty. Chantal Sarrault was born March 28, 1984, to a teen
That's
mother
all I
named
want.
Kim
I just
that
want
traveled
feeders.
around frequently, and a father that left her while she was still a kid. Growing up without a stable father figure in her life had left her with what some might describe as daddy issues. Kim had done her best to provide, but there were certain aspects of Chantal's emotional development that couldn't be fully addressed through a single parent. Her mother eventually married her stepfather, yet Chantal could never get over her biological father leaving her prematurely, and has even stated that she has 2 brothers on her dad's side she's never met. One of the main sources of Chantal's inner turmoil is her jealousy of her younger sister Natalie, who, unlike her, was born with the presence of both their mother and stepfather. According to an old childhood friend, Chantal couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment as she watched Natalie experience the stability of a 2-parent household. So she would pick on her and say things like she was ugly and dumb. While it's never been fully confirmed if this is an exaggeration created by her now estranged friend, this behavior wouldn't be out of the ordinary for a child with abandonment issues. Chantal growing up being jealous of her sister was just the start of her childhood problems. Whatever the cause, she would begin dating a 21-year-old man at the age of just 15.
And
What
listen,
the?
when I first
No
met
way.
him, I was 15, and he was 21. So yeah, kind of to begin with.
That's
I
crazy.
mean, I was a mature younger person, but
Chantal alludes that this guy she hooked up with was abusive and had a serious alcohol issue, but never has gone into specifics. Obviously, this was a predatory individual looking to manipulate her as a 15-year-old, but the way she talks about him almost sounds like just a bad boyfriend when it was clearly way worse. Horrifyingly, Chantal lost her virginity to this man and later elaborates that he actually had his own girlfriend with whom he had a child. To make matters
Damn.
worse, this other girlfriend had gone out of her way to confront a 15-year-old Chantal at school, threatening her with violence, among other things. By now, Chantal was convinced that she was in love with this 21-year-old man, so she decided to continue screwing her boyfriend. Her words, not mine.
this
Bro.
guy lied to me in and out, okay? I didn't know that this guy had a girlfriend who was pregnant with his child. A girlfriend who liked to fight. and she was older. She was in her mid-20s. This girl tried to make my life hell when she found out about me. Like, why don't you attack him?
Yeah,
Why me?
what
I
the
didn't know
hell?
about you, you know? But
That's
at that point, I
crazy.
was already, like, really in love with him, or so I thought. And I was like, she was so mean about it that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep screwing your boyfriend. And I know that's bad. I would never do that now, but when you're young and dumb, right?
Her parents
What
eventually
the
became
hell?
aware of this, but for unknown reasons never decided to contact the authorities. Instead, they just told her she wasn't allowed to go see him anymore, which went as well as you would expect it to go. Furious that she couldn't sleep over with this man, Chantal went into the bathroom and faked a suicide attempt to try coercing her parents into letting her go. This caused her mom to panic
Here we
and
go
take her to
again.
the hospital, where she was instructed to drink a charcoal solution to drain the pills out of her body. Scared that this might negatively affect her body because she hadn't actually taken any pills, Chantal went into the bathroom and actually popped a few before confessing the truth to her doctor. At this point, the doctor had become fed up with her antics, so she was instructed to stay for a few days until they could make absolutely sure that she was fine. Even at a young age, Chantal had a reputation for gluttony, and this would be exemplified by her stay at the hospital. The girl she was sharing a room with turned out to have an eating disorder appetite opposite to Chantal, anorexia. The two began talking and got friendly with each other, but there was one particular thing Chantal couldn't help but notice. Because of this girl's anorexia, doctors came into the room regularly and gave her large amounts of food to make up for her weight loss. Watching this over time was like torture for Chantal, so one day she dared to go where no one had gone before.
But anyway, I had said to her at some point, are you gonna eat those candy?
I knew it.
And I think she kind of caught on. She gave them to me. She gave me her candies.
After getting discharged from the hospital, Chantal's parents refused to let her come home if she continued to spend time with the 21-year-old, so she was moved into a group home for teenagers. This group home is where things went from bad to worse, and is one of the pivotal things that's contributed to Chantal's corruption during her formative years. Keep in mind, Chantal was still a high schooler while living among homeless teens, and she was surrounded by crazy amounts of drug use almost every day. In her environment, underage hookups were the norm, and they slowly became the norm for her as well. Chantal has told too many hookup stories to count, but the most notable during her high school years involved her taking home a fingerless man from a bar. No, that's not a euphemism. This guy literally was missing fingers and was probably a decade older than her. When the two arrived at the bedroom to partake in activities, the guy passed out before they could do anything of note. To Chantal's horror, while they were sleeping in bed, this fingerless fellow curled up to her and started to cry for his mommy. Getting freaked out at this, Chantal saw that most of the teens in the home she was staying in smoked weed, so she wanted to get some as a means of relaxing after her experience with kid named Finger. Big G is an individual she met while in the group home, and he clearly expressed romantic interest in her. Seeing this as an opportunity, Chantal decided to manipulate Big G by pretending that she had an interest in him so that she could get free weed. This worked out for her until the 21-year-old that she was messing around with found out about Big G, so he punched him in the face. Feeling bad and growing slightly attached to him, Chantal had sex with Big G as a way of apologizing. But she describes this as not really good because of the size of his dick, or rather, lack of size. This wasn't the only time an underage Chantal has exchanged her body for goods. On a hot summer day, someone dared her to flash her bazoongas at an elderly man in exchange for a Klondike bar, to which she promptly did just that. And while some would likely blame Chantal for a lot of this, you have to keep in mind that she was under the age of 18, and she was around the influence of adults who should have known better, and yet continually took advantage of her. After a while,
I thought this was going to be about food.
One person got boring. So she decided to make the executive decision to spice things up and start dating a 38-year-old French man alongside her 21-year-old boyfriend. Over the course of her entire high school career, Chantal would continue messing around with both of these predators until she finally graduated. It's unknown when exactly she split off with the pair, but the general assumption is sometime after high school. This wasn't even close to the end of her hookups, though, and after breaking up with her manipulative boyfriends, her sexual encounters actually got way worse. But it should be clear by this moment that this girl, who had been kicked out of her house by her parents, was serially being taken advantage of by sexual predators. Coming from her mouth, it's always framed as less serious, but that is what's happening here. And just as a disclaimer moving forward, these stories aren't uncovered via super hackers digging through her personal information, but they're told straight from Chantal on YouTube. All of these videos have since been deleted, but the question still arises as to what would possess someone to upload these for everyone to see on the internet. A common theory is that none of these things have actually happened, and Chantal has just been lying to get views. But most people would point to the fact that she deleted these presumably after realizing the horrors released upon the world. Chantal does have a proven habit of lying, but for the sake of argument, we'll
that
be
pie
taking her
looks
word on most of
good.
these stories. When mature adults become sexually aroused in public, they typically strive to contain their desires until they reach the privacy of their home, where they can do personal activities alone. It's evident that Chantal does not conform to the norms of adulthood and is truly a girl boss. On a particular night after leaving a bar, she found herself in a state of arousal. Instead of heading home to address her desires privately, she engaged in a spontaneous sexual encounter with a homeless guy in a public area by a lake, on top of a rock. This wasn't just a quickie either. This was the full-blown thing, and she even says that she got tested for HIV afterwards. At least she's responsible enough to do that. As touched upon earlier, Chantal displayed a willingness to use her physical assets to attain her desires, particularly when it involved food. Getting to the point of desperation on one particular Whopper Wednesday, she called up one of her lovers and offered him foreplay in exchange for him bringing her a few burgers. To her dismay, the guy had tragically forgotten the zesty sauce for her onion rings, and she got so upset about this that she only allowed him one squeeze of her knockers. Probably the most infamous hookup Chantal has had is a threesome she tried organizing with a couple online. Chantal was an active user of IRC, an early form of internet communication, and often tried e-dating people on this platform. On one occasion, she encountered a couple and entertained the idea of a threesome with them while deceptively concealing her true weight and identity. Chantal visited their apartment, hoping they wouldn't discern her real self. Inevitably, when the people eventually discovered that she was, in fact, catfishing them, they opted not to proceed with their planned encounter, leading Chantal to spend the night on their couch. The next morning, she woke up with a nauseous feeling in her stomach and sprinted for the bathroom. Kneeling down by the toilet ready to blow, Chantal erupted from both ends in a double stream of puke and diarrhea splashing all over the bathroom. The walls were painted green and the floor was painted brown. After turning this poor couple's bathroom into a biohazard, Chantal realized her romantic life might need a change. She needed someone who she could depend on and foster a stable, blossoming relationship with. She needed Pete's. Chantal met Pete's back in her high school senior year after sharing an English class with him. She describes that both of them were awkward kids and they quickly became friends. After graduating from high school, the two shared a job at a local call center and eventually moved in together, resulting in a romantic relationship. For the next 7 years, Chantal and Pete's bond grew stronger, which culminated in an accepted proposal of marriage. This was also the same time that Chantal started to gain an enormous amount of weight due to neither her nor Pete's knowing how to cook. Normal meals were usually just eating at a fast food place, and Chantal has even admitted to going into debt on account of all the fast food she had ordered. However, for an unspecified reason, Chantal says that she grew out of love with Pete's, which is code for started cheating on him. People have speculated on the real reason as to why Chantal began cheating on Pete's, and the general assumption is that she became dissatisfied with the relationship because of her uncontrollable urges. Regardless, for the next few months, she would start going behind Pete's back with a Rwandan man she had met at a club, along with e-dating another guy on IRC named BB. Her fling with the Rwandan man ended shortly after meeting BB in person. According to Chantal, BB had that W Riz in the bedroom, and they kept the neighbors up all night. This was, of course, in a hotel bedroom due to the fact that Pete's was still blissfully unaware of anything happening. Getting increasingly annoyed at not being able to come home with her new lover, Chantal broke up with Pete's and fully confessed to him about her adultery. Pete's was absolutely devastated and continually begged Chantal to stay, going as far as saying that he didn't care who she slept with as long as she and him could keep dating and living under the same roof. She rejected this offer and promptly moved in with BB. After a 7-year-long relationship, Pete's was left alone. Looking at his Twitter over the next few years reveals that he was struggling pretty hard with this. Chantal had said they could still be friends, but it looks like he wasn't taking it very well, and it's hard not to feel a little bad for the guy. That face when it's been 6 years since someone broke your heart and you're still giving them money. My fiance broke up with me 6 years ago. We started off as friends before we dated, so we stayed friends when we broke up. In the past 6 years, she's borrowed tons of money, only rarely paying anything back. And unfortunately, I'm bad at saying no to her. So I just gave her another $200 for her cat, who sucks. Following her breakup and subsequent move-in with BB, Chantal got a job in healthcare administration, ironic, while BB got a job as a security guard. Coincidentally, her job was at the same psychiatric hospital she had been enrolled in all those years ago as a child. She worked here for 6 months until she applied full-time because she enjoyed the position so much. Her pay was was a generous $29 an hour, and the job description was being a secretary. But soon after, Chantal found herself at odds with her supervisors. She began to get tired and felt overworked, setting what she considered to be an overbearing management style. Instead of addressing her concerns through open communication or seeking alternative solutions,
It's a good thing you
Chantal
don't know
chose to
English,
just
otherwise I'll
falsely
be
call
very
in
scared
sick
right
and
now.
started missing a good amount of days. As this pattern of fabricated
What do you
sick days
mean?
continued, it didn't take long for her colleagues and superiors to become suspicious. Ultimately, she was fired, but she was still compensated as a part of a settlement agreement. It's assumed that by late 2016 that this payment wasn't enough, and that's why she started uploading to her YouTube channel. BB was bringing in enough money for both of them at the time, and due to the recent success she had witnessed with YouTubers getting rich, she thought it was a good idea to try it out herself. In its early stages, her
Isn't
channel
it a horror
predominantly
video?
revolved around beauty-related content,
Oh,
encompassing makeup
you!
tutorials, product reviews, and beauty tips.
Oh, it's not.
Chantal presented herself as a reserved and somewhat introverted personality, showing a quiet and understated demeanor that would seem out of the ordinary in retrospect. Despite putting a lot of effort into her beauty-themed videos, Chantal faced an uphill battle in terms of gaining significant viewership and engagement. Her makeup tutorials weren't bad by any means.
It's a documentary about a YouTuber named Foodie Beauty, the obese mukbanger who hates her life. It's a documentary.
But compared to more popular channels of this genre, they didn't stand out. The beauty niche was highly competitive, making it challenging for her to break through and garner the audience she wanted to reach. One day, perhaps driven by curiosity, but more likely hunger, she decided to upload a mukbang video that featured her indulging in a massive, delectable lasagna meal.
That was pretty good.
From her beauty-focused content marked a watershed
more
moment
cheese.
for her channel. To her surprise, this mukbang video garnered a significant amount of attention and attracted more views than any of her previous uploads. This unexpected success sparked the transformation of her channel into what we now know as Foodie Beauty. As views rolled in, Chantal gradually had a distinct shift in content and persona. Her channel evolved to becoming a hub for all things food, and she discarded beauty content altogether. The success of the lasagna video began the start of a phase where she started to overshare personal stories while consuming whatever food she was reviewing. And by reviewing, I mean shoving it in her face. These stories gained a reputation for often being highly intimate and usually flat out gross, as demonstrated with the previously mentioned bathroom incident. This oversharing and a more expressive personality became integral to her content, making it distinct from the reserved demeanor she once projected. Moreover, Chantal's newfound direction in content creation attracted what some might consider to be a unique and dedicated following, particularly those interested in feeder content. For those of you fortunate enough to not know what a feeder is, allow me to ruin your day real quick. According to the National Library of Medicine, feederism is a fat subculture in which individuals eroticize weight gain and feeding. Feeders are individuals who claim to become sexually aroused by feeding their partners and encouraging them to gain weight. Very little is known about this population. What little is known about this subculture has probably been studied via Chantal's comment section.
I take it back. I take it back.
Aware she was of this at the time, but in any case, her content definitely fulfilled some viewers in more ways than one. Hey,
I take it back. I take it back.
See you again. I'm like a little kid in the candy store. Damn, you look so beautiful, my friend. Love the video. Kisses and hugs. Love you. XOXO. Although her content revolved around devouring copious amounts of food while sharing personal anecdotes, Chantal always had expressed her interest in wanting to lose weight. Even before the lasagna video, she openly discussed being ashamed of her weight gain, and even stated plans to incorporate exercise into her routine. 2 weeks after her big break, Chantal started to realize making successful content was rewarding her binging habit, and that this could lead to an extremely unhealthy cycle. In a video titled Subscriber Q&A, answering all your questions, she says that mukbangs would have to take a backseat in her channel, as her primary focus would now be on prioritizing her health. This was a moment of hope for her growing audience that weren't feeders. They genuinely believed Chantal might truly be committed to her goals of losing weight. Sadly, this optimism was short-lived. Merely 2 days after her declaration of a content and lifestyle shift, Chantal walked back her statement and announced that while junk food would not be the mainstay of her videos, it would still make appearances as an occasional treat. This abrupt reversal left her audience confused, as this clearly wasn't going to help her lose weight. Throughout this time, Chantal shared her thoughts on her weight loss journey in one of her videos, indicating that she was actively considering various options to shed excess weight. Her content briefly reflected her renewed commitment to health as she began incorporating healthier food choices into her mukbangs. However, the allure of fast food and indulgent eating habits proved impossible to resist for Chantal. Her commitment to healthy eating quickly faded, and her videos reverted to their previous patterns. This back and forth left her viewers disappointed and started to build a slow resentment from a portion of her audience. In a last-ditch effort to maintain her audience's trust and potentially create a divide divide between her mukbang content and healthier living, Chantal created a second channel dedicated solely to her weight loss journey. Obviously, her fans were not that easily deceived. They saw through this and commented that the unhealthy eating habits persisted, and there was no point in eating healthy on one channel if she was going to do the opposite on her main. The criticism escalated, eventually pushing Chantal to address her audience directly. Early on, she had seemed candid on the criticisms and advice she had received, but now it looked like she was flat out angry.
I'm closing my weight loss channel. My other channel, I'm shutting it down. I am too picky to deal with, all these experts in, in diet, and then these people who are like, well, you wouldn't get hate if you wouldn't tell people that you're losing weight or you're vegan. You know what? You're right, so I'm not going to. I saw Amber Lynn Reed's video of her no more weight loss journey, and I understand why. Because it's sickening. It's sickening. No matter what you do, people think you're eating bad. You eat a fucking piece of fruit and people think that you're no, I can't handle that. People need to worry about themselves. This is a mukbang channel, so if you can't handle watching someone big eat something, go watch a skinny eat a salad, okay?
This rift between Chantal and her viewers deepened as she continued to reject any form of criticism. Rather than considering constructive feedback or addressing concerns, she responded with an increasing level of anger and defensiveness. Her initial approach to her viewers, who had enjoyed her openness, began to devolve into one of disconnection and hostility. Attempts by her audience to offer guidance or express genuine concern were met with anger, and constructive criticism found itself drowned out by her growing animosity. With each passing day, Chantal's transformation into a more polarizing figure became all the more apparent. Her disdain for her viewers seemed to intensify with every video upload, and the inverse was true as well. As this strained relationship kept going on, it reached a breaking point when Chantal made a confession in one of her videos. She admitted that, behind the scenes, she had been engaging in binge-eating episodes, rendering any healthy food choices she had previously showcased.
You see,
on
her
her channel
problem
essentially
is
useless. This revelation was a breaking point for many viewers, and the dislike.
her problem is she does not eat mayo with bread every night. That's her problem.
Reflected that. Chantal noticed this ratio and got so upset that she would pin a comment saying, "The 200 dislikes is proof that so many do not understand food addiction and have a condemning attitude towards it. If I was a heroin addict, though, the sympathy would be pouring in. This experience makes me want to reconsider sharing my personal life online. People want you to be honest and real, and then ridicule you when you are." Chantal's discontent with her viewers was palpable, and it seemed that her frustration was escalating. She even posted videos wherein she talked about the toll that the mounting criticism was taking on her mental health. At times, she declared that she was finished discussing her weight on the channel altogether, and that mukbangs were just going to be her life now. This animosity that brewed within her seemed to physically manifest when, in September 2017, Chantal received a diagnosis that she had ovarian cysts. These cysts had the potential to interfere with various hormonal processes, posing a threat to her fertility. It looked like this was a sobering wake-up call for Chantal, and initially, she responded by, again, attempting to adhere to a healthier diet. At first, she actually did keep a healthy diet for a few weeks, and it finally looked like she was on the right track. Unfortunately, this was short-lived. On October 26, 2017, in a video that would leave many viewers disheartened, she returned right back to her old habits by consuming a mammoth pizza and a brownie. In this video, she openly admitted to surrendering and giving up on her aspirations for better health. One thing that really stood out, too, was a depressing remark Chantal made that could easily be the prologue to represent her entire life. "I don't remember much about my childhood, but I do remember my first bag of chips." Weeks later, she fully reverted back to her junk food consumption, repeatedly getting angry at those who criticized her choices. By this point, Chantal's viewer base had undergone a complete transformation and was now predominantly composed of hate watchers, people who tuned in not because they genuinely enjoyed her content, but because they were morbidly fascinated by the train wreck that her life had become. News of Chantal spread like wildfire across the internet, leading to discussions and threads on websites like Kiwi Farms. Through these outlets, people began to notice a recurring pattern in Chantal's behavior that she had seemingly repeated several times over. This pattern got so predictable that they aptly named it the Chantal cycle, creating a graph that detailed what it was. A stark reflection of her inability to break free from a self-destructive loop, where she would briefly show glimpses of determination, only to once again succumb to her old habits and confrontations with her audience once again. The Chantal cycle became a topic of fascination and discussion amongst her detractors and critics. They meticulously documented the various stages of this cycle, which typically began with declarations of intent to pursue a healthier lifestyle and promises promises to change her eating habits. This initial optimism would often be followed by videos of apparent dedication, during which Chantal would make an effort to incorporate healthier food choices into her content. But almost inevitably, this commitment would crumble under the weight of her inner gluttony, leading to her return to indulgent, often excessive eating habits. Usually, she'll make a video admitting to this failure and start ranting about this binge eating disorder, threatening viewers that she will start disabling comments if they stay negative. Then eventually, she'll disable comments and go back to regular fast food mukbangs and off-camera binges. A drop in subscriber and view count is sure to follow, along with her saying things like, "Stop involving me in drama." This is the anger stage, as she lashes out at viewers for a bit. Finally, comments would get re-enabled, and Chantal would have an emotional video where she goes through an awakening, promising that she plans to start a new diet and get her life back on track. The amount of times this cycle has been documented and repeated throughout history was truly a wonder to behold for viewers, and Chantal's infamy would continue to grow as a result. The Chantal cycle in particular became a central focus of discussion, with members of these online communities attempting to predict when and how it repeated itself. Threads became a hub for those who wanted to share their perspectives, analyses, and sometimes their frustrations with Chantal. The overarching sentiment in these discussions was one of comedic disappointment. Many felt that Chantal had been given ample opportunities to make meaningful changes in her life, but that her constant backtracking and confrontational attitude had left them disillusioned. Chantal had endured a relentless barrage of negative attention for an extended period of time by now. She had faced the wrath of reaction YouTubers dissecting her content, the disapproval of viewers who once supported her, the ever-watchful eye of Kiwi Farms, and the consequences of her own choices. In an attempt to counter the relentless critiques and the growing chorus of detractors, she decided to go on the offensive and fight back in any way she could. In April, someone registered on the Kiwi Farms using the username Manic. This person asserted to have a history as an old childhood friend of Chantal and shared anecdotes about her past that I've previously mentioned. Naturally, the online community remained skeptical, given that anyone could have made this account and spun up any story they wanted to without any proof. Still, it didn't take long for the validity of Manic's statements to be inadvertently confirmed, courtesy of Chantal herself. Manic revealed that Chantal sent a vitriolic email laced with insults and threats that she would report her to Child Protective Services if she didn't cease her storytelling. All bullshit excuses for you to be pissed for no reason because you have self-hatred issues, which is why you used to yourself and threaten suicide. And now you're taking it out on me. You sit there and talk about my eating disorder with my trolls, but what about the self-harm you used to do? Again, don't come for me unless your closet is clean, which it is not. You're in a very dark place, and I would get help for that if I were you. Tell me, how as a parent do you have the time to sign up to forums with edgy names like Manic when you were a single mother of two? What kind of example are you setting for them? If you ever mention another thing about me online, and I will be checking, I will be sending all of the screenshots to CPS in your hometown and to the authorities for harassment. Chantal would then send a second email 3 hours after the first. She most likely saw it get published on the thread and wanted to follow up with clarification. I don't believe a parent who spends all day online spreading bullshit and cyber harassing and getting high deserves to have children. So yes, I will make the call if I have to. What kind of example are you setting for those kids bullying others online? A few days after these emails, Chantal uploaded an apology for threatening to call CPS, but then deleted it and uploaded a never-before-seen reverse apology video where she takes back everything she said and doubles down. Ultimately, nothing ever came of these, but this wouldn't stop Chantal from going on a rampage. She was now in an all-out war mode and not pulling any punches. But in fairness, her initial anger, regardless of how crazy the reaction was, is somewhat understandable. Chantal, while she was morbidly obese, hadn't done anything horrible to someone else. She was just posting her life on the internet, and now this old friend who seemingly had problems of her own was going on a forum to embarrass her relentlessly for her past with unsubstantiated claims. So on one hand, while her reaction was somewhat insane, her initial anger is honestly justified. Around now, a prevailing trend was the emergence of compilation channels that specifically targeted notorious mukbangers. Prominent figures like Nikocado Avocado and Amberlyn Reed had entire channels dedicated to creating clips showcasing the outlandish behavior, comments, and antics of these creators. Chantal was not an exception to this phenomenon. Her constant farting and discussions about her bowel movement provided ample fodder for such channels. In fact, on certain occasions, these compilation channels even outpaced her own content in terms of viewership and engagement. One such channel that operated within this niche was the Spitting Drama Llama. This channel specialized in creating content about fat creators, and Chantal, being a prominent mukbanger, inevitably became a recurring figure in their compilations. However, over the months, Chantal had become accustomed to controversy, and she had discovered a deadly tool to use: copyright claims. With the power to wield copyright claims on YouTube, she could effectively remove content that portrayed her in a negative light and exert a degree of control over her online image. And it was particularly easy to her, as many of these channels were just re-uploading clips from her channel, with little commentary. In noteworthy instances, she employed this tool to successfully copyright claim videos created by the Spitting Drama Llama, but more importantly, Zachary Michael, a decently popular commentary channel. Zach was struck twice by Chantal before having to private all of his videos relating to her in fear of getting his channel terminated. Unlike Spitting Drama Llama though, Zach knew that his videos fell well within fair use, which is a provision of US copyright law allowing exceptions for critical commentary as long as you're adding something to the original work you're talking about. As a result, Zach submitted a legal counterclaim, which was accepted after Chantal realized she would have to go to civil court with Zach if she pursued. In the wake of hearing that Zach successfully got his videos back, a flood of new compilations and channels emerged. People had stopped being scared of copyright claims from Chantal, and after this she would take a break for a few weeks to collect her thoughts. This period of peace and prosperity for Chantal parody channels didn't last long though. Chantal had found a new weapon of choice for deleting videos in the form of community guideline strikes. Unlike DMCA claims, YouTube community guideline strikes were manually reviewed by YouTube and often vague in terms of what was allowed. Chantal utilized this to the fullest and started sending out strike after strike to compilation channels once again. Yet, as with any tool, there were limits to its effectiveness. YouTube knew the potential misuse and instituted a safeguard. If a user issued an excessive number of community guideline strikes, YouTube would begin to take these claims less seriously. Chantal, driven by her desire to control...
What just happened? Monkey! Yo, what the hell just happened? Why am I lagging? Yo, that was weird. Is the stream lagging? Wagging? Or is it just my phone? I think it's my phone. My phone is being weird. What the fuck? My phone is being weird. Oh. What is happening? What is happening? Yo, Mexican cream with bread. Mmm. Oh yeah. Mmm. Oh yeah, that's good. That's some good stuff. Oh, I'm back. No?
Or online image and narrative inadvertently crossed this threshold. YouTube's moderation team was faced with a high volume of strikes originating from her account and began to scrutinize her claims more critically.
My monkey!
Her
Why are you fighting?
Lose their power,
I am not a monkey.
To her previous method of copyright takedowns.
Mexican ¿qué?
Chantal would also explore
Mexican crema.
alternative treatments to treat her ovarian cysts. These unconventional methods range from bizarre
monkey.
dietary
No.
restrictions, such
Yeah,
as
my
eating
monkey,
only
no.
grapes in the belief that they would miraculously shrink the cysts, to delving
Mexican crema.
by attempting to enlist the aid of ghosts from the future through a miracle book she purchased. Veganism, too, became a recurring theme in her quest for a solution, although she later admitted that while she was claiming to be vegan only, she had eaten meat. On the 28th of April, Chantal announced that she had been to the hospital to get an EKG for her shortness of breath and leg pain. People speculated that even this diagnosis was fake, and that she was trying to get sympathy points after her copyright strike tirade, but nothing was ever confirmed. By this time, it looked like Chantal had enough of the backlash she was receiving, and she uploaded a video saying that she was going to quit YouTube.
Do you know who Foodie Beauty is?
I have one more video to upload, and that will be the last one.
But exactly 9 hours later, she returned.
Are you watching scary videos?
Chantal's career became an incessant,
not today.
repeat of the cycle. Whether it was the ketogenic diet or other dietary regimens, her efforts always fell short of what was needed to actually succeed and be healthy. Predictably, viewers noticed her very obvious missteps in adhering to these diets, leading to a
that was
spree of
yesterday
comments
and the day
reaction
before.
videos about how comically terrible she was.
I don't know.
at
Didn't she
these.
get canceled?
Her
I don't know.
response to the ongoing criticism remained consistent. In her frustration, she would resort to her increasingly familiar tactic of issuing copyright claims, deleting comments, and responding in absolute rage. But then, predictably, the cycle would reach its peak, where Chantal gets overwhelmed by the online uproar and announces her intention to quit YouTube. This had become such a recurring theme in her content that compilation videos cataloging her quitting statements had started to pop up after only a few months. It's crucial to note that amidst this recurring...
Kind of bored, to be honest. You should see Rotten Mango. Yo, yesterday's video was good. This one's kind of whack, not gonna lie. This is kind of whack. I expected something more entertaining. Yo, Connie Murphy, Connie Murphy video was insane. That shit was insane. How does that not have more views, bro? That shit was freaking insane, bro. That shit was insane. It's crime stories. Okay. What the fuck? I'm guessing you spelled it wrong. What the hell is this? So I'm gonna be reacting. I'm gonna be reacting to a reactor. Not too bad. Mom confesses to watching daughter get dismembered and got turned on by it. Now claims false confession. Click on one. Let me see. No! No! Stop! Oh my... What are you taking me to? Do that one. Good girl. Something more. Korean death mall. Worst TikTok mall leads to day killer in prison. Makes us. K-pops are open in nightclub. Injured to drug selling. I'm in love. Good what? Diddy freak off what truly happened in case. Oh, I don't know about Diddy. There's been a lot of crazy stuff about this guy. I want to know the lore. I'm behind on time, so this could be my catch-up, I guess.
Bada bing, bada boop.
I don't even have
Weird things
enough
happen
time.
in Times Square, New York, especially on Saturday nights. But even by those standards, this is about to get very strange. A man walks into this popular building,
Yeah, that's good.
and he beelines it to the 9th floor. So
She's
it
not
appears
lying
that he
when
knows
she
exactly where
means
he's headed,
that.
exactly what he
Yeah.
has to do. Security cameras show this man in a hoodie at 8:45 p.m. walking straight up to this other man in a tuxedo. I mean, I'm sure if you were to somehow get your hands on this footage, you could see that the figure in the tuxedo looks very familiar. It looks like Sean Diddy Combs. Diddy, the musician, the mogul. The hooded man walks
Is it
straight
too loud?
up to
Let
whom
me know.
everybody refers to as Diddy, and he just out of nowhere, unprompted, knocks him onto the ground. And for lack of a better word, because of the force, I guess, of how he knocked him over, Diddy's head pops off, becomes decapitated. The man then starts stomping on Diddy's decapitated head, just stomping until his head is turned literally
Diddy's
into a
dead?
pulp. He spits on the head before he books it out of there. He runs straight out of Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in Times Square after decapitating Diddy's wax figure.
Oh.
It's an unprompted, unprovoked, seemingly random,
I
yet
thought-
so premeditated. This incident, $60 million of Diddy's disappears. How does $60 million just vanish? I mean, if there's $60 million in cash, maybe it's a little bit more feasible, but the way that this $60 million is set up, it weighs 48,000 pounds. That's like the weight of 24 cars that just goes dark. It just goes missing. Or like 42 grizzly bears. How does it just disappear? That is exactly what happens in March 2024 to Diddy's $60 million Gulfstream G550 private jet.
Damn.
It's registered under Love Air LLC. It's called the Love Air, but it's a 20-seat matte black aircraft, and it just goes missing. Now, to be very technical, the plane hasn't vanished. It's not a mystery in that sense, but it does go dark. Technically, all planes can be tracked, even private planes, thanks to the ADS-B system. It's the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast System. It broadcasts every single plane's position, altitude, speed, and other information every 3 seconds. You get 3-second
This
updates.
is going to be
It's mandated
crazy.
for all aircraft to improve safety and efficiency. Now, some websites have made a business of relaying all that data to the public. They've compiled it for the public to track different planes. It's very intriguing. You know, there's whole Twitter accounts dedicated to tracking famous people's planes, mostly to pressure them to stop flying back and forth in their private jets while we're all stuck sucking on paper straws. But sometimes people will track plane data because it tells you more than just what celebrities are doing. It can tell you what high-profile business leaders are headed, and then you can kind of guesstimate where they're trying to invest, what next moves the company is going to make by tracking their movements.
Damn.
But on March 26th, 2024, a very famous man's plane goes dark. Sean Diddy Combs' private jet, a Gulfstream G550, goes dark. On FlightAware's website, if you look up Love Air, you get this message. This aircraft is not available for public tracking per request from the owner and operator.
So you can remove yourself.
Yes, it's not unusual for people, especially celebrities, to request flight tracking data to be blocked from the site, but a lot of times,
dude.
if people
Yo,
want to
what's
find you,
up?
they can find you. Because it's not like you stop broadcasting your plane's location. You just request that these specific websites do not relay that
What's up,
information to
Sean?
the public.
Okay.
Now, people think the timing of it is very interesting because the plane lands in the Caribbean island of Antigua and it goes dark online. Just a day after his homes in Miami and Los Angeles are raided by Homeland Security in an ongoing trafficking investigation.
Damn.
This is the case of a music mogul who is accused of trafficking. He is facing at least 11 different lawsuits from victims. Another 120 are suspected to file lawsuits against him. He is currently sitting in prison awaiting trial. There are rumors that the feds have taken 100 electronic devices where the rumor is he and his fellow friends in the industry, high-profile celebrities, have been caught engaging in potentially illegal activities. This is part one of the Sean Diddy Combs case. For your continued support. As always, full show notes. All reporting for this episode is also... Let's get started. Originally, I was hoping to do a two-parter on the Diddy case, but then it became a three-parter, and then there was 13 deaths loosely connected.
I don't watch the
So now it has
WWE.
become a
I guess The
four-part
Rock.
series. I've never
The
been
Rock.
down a rabbit hole like this one before. There is no end in sight, and I'm sure with the trial in May of next year, there will be inevitably another part then. Just the amount of information, the amount of strange mystery surrounding Diddy's life, I don't think I've ever really touched a case like this before. I know a lot of people liken him to Epstein, which I can see why that comparison is drawn, but the key difference here is Diddy is a very famous man. Epstein, he also circulated amongst famous and wealthy people, but he primarily was rubbing shoulders with the wealthy elite that tend to be a lot more private. But Diddy and all of his friends, they're very famous. There's just so much weird information available online that in hindsight, it appears quite scary. This will be part one, where we do a deep dive on the lawsuit that started all of this. The hotel footage of him beating his then-girlfriend Cassie, as well as other girlfriends that have spoken out against him, as well as covering the freak-offs, and somehow we get into the Illuminati. Part two will be in-depth on the other lawsuits against him, as well as a lawsuit against his son, what happens at Diddy's yacht parties, and the very strange death of the father of his children, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia.
Yo, is
and a
this...
very controversial book
Is
that
the
claims
sound
to be her
glitching,
diary
or
entries
am I
before her
going
death,
crazy?
and that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a bigger hand.
I don't know.
Part 3 will be about the 13 people who have been seen around Diddy. There's a very, very alarming pattern, not an implication of guilt, but a pattern of some strange, bizarre ways that he responds to people dying around him. And finally, part 4 will be the so-called Diddy's list. The internet allegations of all the celebrity friends who are rumored to somehow be involved in Diddy's trafficking charge. Also some other wild conspiracies.
Oh. Wait. It's working. Fuck. Finally, man. Jesus Christ.
Theories that Diddy's not in prison. He's been cloned. There's tunnels under his house. The baby oil is laced, as well as the 120 people that are working on suing him. And with that being said, let's get into it. They say the floors of the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel are impeccably clean. evidenced by footage of a man dressed in black inside the hotel that gets released. He's in this nearly empty area of the hotel, and he's pointing his gun behind him.
What the fuck?
And his wrist seems to be made out of jello, while he's just shooting up in the air at the ground. He's sometimes shooting at the chandelier, sometimes at the ground itself, and the footage is interesting. He's just
What is
recklessly
happening?
shooting his gun. He's slipping on the freshly cleaned floors
Damn.
multiple times. He's wearing just socks on tiled floors. Then he gets up and then shoots around like his wrist is made out of jello, and then starts running trips again. Honestly, if you told me this is movie footage of a man who is shooting at ghosts, I would potentially believe you. But it's not. It's real footage. It's real footage of a man screaming, "Come out, mother..." while shooting at the ceiling and in the lounge areas. This man also grabs an American flag to drape over the front desk of
What
the
is
hotel.
happening?
This is during Trump's presidency. He goes behind the counter, starts breaking, smashing the computers. When the Miami-Dade police arrive, a shootout ensues, both sides are firing, and in the commotion, the gunman manages to flee. He is found later hiding near the elevators with gunshot wounds to his legs. One gunshot to the right ankle, two to the left leg. Interestingly enough, most of the shots fired by the man were into the floor and ceiling, and ultimately the only one shot, thankfully, was himself. The man, Jonathan Odie, is arrested. Before the police can even question his dangerous but honestly kind of bizarre crime, they have to take him to receive medical attention. The whole time that doctors are trying to save him from his own pain, he's screaming, "I'm not going to talk to none of y'all traitors. I need to talk with the FBI, Secret Service, someone get me the CIA, I need the media on the line now. Look at me. I'm an intelligence officer, and there will be no president in 2 days. There's going to be nuclear weapons. The police will no longer exist." Which I would say
What is
one
happening?
of the last things you would want to say after the crime he committed. But even more so, when the police figure out that he is, in fact, not a CIA operative, he's a sticker for a website called dancingbears.com. It's an X-rated website where male dancers put on big bear masks and have intimate relations with women. But he continues rambling about, quote, "Obama is Osama. Trump makes his money on gas. Kill all the police in the street. Useless, good for nothing, nada. All of you. Laws are corrupt. Police death has come to you. You be judged. Die for now and for hell and for all of eternity. People in the streets are going to shoot you. Get heart attacks. You're all dead. I'm going to let them know to put a bullet in your head. My dog, Bubbles, you got to let him out of the apartment, Bubbles. If he does not eat, he will die." He then proceeds to pass the officers his house and car keys. "Don't hurt my dog, Bubbles."
You don't have family estates? Yeah.
The
Just
fuck?
like dog bubbles?
He continues on his rambles. "I have a settlement. I have a settlement with the former president of the United States, Obama. I have a settlement with the current president of the United States, Donald Trump. And I have one with P. Diddy." Excuse me? After the hospital, Jonathan Odie is brought into an interrogation room. Here's what I want you guys to know. Diddy and Ross, which they're good buddies, okay? And they're gay.
Ross.
Rick Ross. The police are confused. Who is?
Diddy and Ross and Kevin. They're all gay.
You can tell him Rick Ross and Diddy,
Yeah.
they all gay?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know the Illuminati group that I was telling you about? He puts his hands up in a triangle shape. The Illuminated group, you know, the Illuminati, which is an elite group, okay? Individuals which run the whole country, all right? What I did this for was to basically transmit a statement to the American people because they want the United States to fall. They've been creating chaos and confusion in the United States. They want the United States to fall. You have the Illuminati, basically, which means illuminate. They do satanic ritual abuse, which is basically CIA mind programming techniques to their own family and kids, and they bond that way. They do animal abuse, killing of
Yeah.
animals, blood sacrifices.
Yeah, it's finally
everything,
working.
the
Oh,
Bohemian Grove,
yeah,
you know,
you have to
bushes
go back
Okay,
to
how
see.
do I know this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
I already saw, man. There was a random guy just running in the White House slipping.
It's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black. I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist. Okay, you're my brother, so I like black.
Okay.
My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay.
And the police are like, okay, right, okay. So I have this settlement with Sean, and he belongs to that agenda.
Oh, he
That's why
said
he's
that
okay,
we're
because they land
gay.
over contracts. Okay.
Who's gay?
He leans in, he puts his arms on the table.
I had to with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he was talking about with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot.
Because when they would do it, Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I'll be in there. I was like a slave. Yeah, for them. That's what I was.
Oh,
He leans
fuck.
back. So I caught herpes. He goes on.
What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the ramblings of someone who is a little unhinged.
Bro,
He leans back and he goes on to explain that Diddy's 2 attorneys asked him to turn in a video recording. Those 2 attorneys are also involved in Michael Jackson's death and the Illuminati. It's unclear, but it seems like he's stating a video was recorded of the supposed counter and he turns it in, but he also states, they gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible that I threw everything out, but it's also possible that I could produce a copy. I'm not sure. Now, how does that lead up to him going into the Trump Hotel with a gun?
My settlement put me in a box. Basically, I couldn't talk because I was obviously. So I let it be, but they've been following me, and they've had, Mark Garrett has had the FBI on me, has had other agencies looking at me and spying on me, okay, because they wanted to set me up as an extortionist, like if I was extorting Sean for money. It's wrong.
Basically what happened is the Ciroc agenda, the Ciroc vodka agenda, is to promote binge drinking and drugs. The hip-hop agenda, that's why they had Tupac killed. Because when they killed him, they gained pain. That's when the record sales go up. That's how you become famous. That's how you do it, all right? Tupac is still alive. He's in Cuba. Basically what happens,
What the fuck?
it was in the hip-hop
This
agenda.
dude looks like he doesn't care about
He alleges,
anything. Yeah.
in more simplified terms, they move drugs all over the United States. They move drugs in private jets that don't get screened within the United States domestically. They move all that dope in the private jets. They move what's called high-grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine. They move liquid cocaine in their bottles, too.
I seen the liquid cocaine, I've drank it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay? It's not good. He drinks it all the time. Alright, he calls it GG. That's liquid cocaine. Alright?
Many state it sounds like an interrogation that one would watch to study for psychology class. And to be frank, there's many parts of the interrogation that sounds like the unhinged ramblings of someone who has lost touch with reality and has gotten swept up in every internet conspiracy possible. Perhaps
There's so much information, yeah.
Whole fantasy of two high-profile A-list celebrities, and in his mind, he truly knows them. He's met them. He's had these encounters with them, but it's all a fantasy, right? It doesn't change the fact that he committed this crazy crime, and it does appear that most of what he's saying are full-blown conspiracies, we hope. But the question is, what if there's even a little bit of truth to what he's saying? Because 4 years later, the Department of Homeland Security conduct a multi-state raid on Diddy's LA mansion and his Miami mansion. Diddy's LA home is described as, quote, an immersive experience. It's on the same street as the Playboy mansion as well as Kylie Jenner's home. Yeah. One reporter says, within moments of entering his home, a member of the staff will walk up offering you a drink, likely Delium
What
tequila
color?
infused. Diddy's tequila brand. Well, former tequila brand. There's a personal chef on duty, but they don't just start shoving food down your throat. They don't even ask you, are you hungry? Instead, they wait. They watch you without making you feel watched. They just wait for
I don't know
you
what
and your
that
body
is.
sends signals that you're feeling for a little snack. One recent Vanity Fair piece on Diddy says, the hospitality is both overt and inconspicuous. You will enjoy yourself here, or someone will die trying.
What does that mean?
It seems to insinuate that someone will die trying to make you enjoy yourself.
By doing...
All these things, over
Hey,
the top.
yo.
There's so much staff trying to make sure you're having a good time. It's overt, but it's also inconspicuous. The staff are wearing everyday clothes. They're not dressed up in wait staff attire. It's just
Oh, that's
it's
cool.
fascinating. They have this relaxed attitude, but they can tell that they're not relaxed. They're high alert. But when you see them walking down the stairs, it looks like they have nowhere to be. But you can just tell shit gets done in this house.
Damn.
Huh. So, like,
Brown
how
light,
we were talking
sir,
about
what?
Epstein's house?
Yes.
There was, like, so many staff, right? And they're all so dressed up and just standing around. So you're saying Diddy's people are always around, but they look like they're not, like, uptight?
They look like they're family friends.
But they're actually very uptight.
They're like lounging on the couch, but they're probably surveying you and trying to see what you need next.
Damn.
Because the minute that you're half done with a glass of water, you've got now a wine glass in your hand. It just gets so seamlessly replaced.
Which takes
Damn.
even more effort.
More effort, more skill. It's very interesting.
Dices
Now,
que
in
mañana te
hindsight, it's
apagaron
very
las luces
grim
porque no
description of
haces
home. Someone's
caso.
gonna die trying. You will enjoy yourself
Ni
here.
me di cuenta.
If the
Ni
staff
me
don't
di
make people feel
cuenta.
out of place or slightly
Espera que
uncomfortable or lost, the
respetes
grandness
que
of
no
the house
tienes
is
que
gonna
hacer
come
ruido.
like that. The
Estamos
house is one of
durmiendo,
the pricier
necesitamos
residential homes
descansar.
in Southern California. It's actually on the market right now if you're interested for $61 million. It looks more like a resort than a
Yeah, sure,
residential
light brown.
It's a modern colonial style home. It's all white. It looks like the White House on steroids with beautiful French doors, beautiful iron balconies on the second floor. It's got this massive swimming pool, basketball court, a separate 2-story guest house, state-of-the-art movie theater that seats 35 guests, a resort-like swimming pool with a waterfall, a spa house, gym, recording studio. There's this giant metal statue in the back. It looks like one of those metal statues, and if you were to slice it back and forth, it's like rings.
Yep.
And it's the headless torso of Kim Porter. It's said often that he speaks to her giant metal bust. It was his tribute to his now gone Kim Porter, which we will talk about in episode 2. It's a massive 10-bedroom, 13-bathroom estate, 17,000 square foot home. But in March 2024, tanks are driving up to that house. A swarm of
What the
fully
hell?
decked out in tactical gear officials start clearing through that house. They've got guns
Damn.
pointed in every direction. They're sending in drones to check rooms. Diddy's two sons, 30-year-old Justin and 25-year-old Christian, are forced up against the wall, handcuffed,
Damn.
with guns pointed at them. They're dragged out of the house while the rest of the team tear through that place, which is interesting because what exactly are these
For
Homeland
real, I'm
Security
just
officials
eating.
looking for? It's said by the time that they left, there were just cables dangling around, like they unplugged some security cameras, multiple safes that were left wide open, almost 100 electronics confiscated.
God damn.
At the same time, his massive $40 million compound in Miami was also raided by Homeland Security at the same time. Coordinated. It's a pretty crazy visual to see Homeland Security just rolling up in tanks, camo, full gear, raiding a mansion in a neighborhood where you've got the hedge fund billionaire Citadel founder Ken Griffin just down the block.
Yeah.
Where Philip Frost, a pharmaceutical billionaire, owns a large piece of land. There's only like 50 houses on this little island that he lives in Miami. It's called Star Island. It's like a
Damn.
billionaire island. Interestingly enough, Alex Rodriguez and his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez, who also happens to be Diddy's ex-girlfriend, owned a house on the same island.
40 million Miami home, 60 million LA home, both getting raided at the same time.
By
Damn.
Homeland Security.
And where is Diddy?
Diddy, he's at an airport in Miami.
Oh,
There's-
so he wasn't there.
No, there's actually
Oh,
footage
he
of
ran
him.
away.
So that's what people thought because his plane went dark, but he didn't actually run away. It said that he was searched at the Miami airport. It's like a private, small airport in Miami. There's actually someone who took a video of him pacing around because I'm sure he's getting all the news that his homes are getting raided.
Yeah.
He just got spoken to by Homeland Security. And someone says ominously, while they're recording Diddy, you're probably wondering, what's going to happen next, Diddy?
I guess you wonder what's gonna happen next, Diddy.
It's very unsettling. The whole thing is unsettling. In a statement, Homeland Security states, because when your house gets raided by Homeland Security, that is very odd.
Interesting.
Homeland Security is the department that is responsible for trafficking investigations. Because you hear the FBI, you hear people getting swatted.
Yeah.
Homeland Security is a bit bizarre.
Yeah, are they more
Yeah.
intense than FBI? I wonder.
Some people think they are, but definitely some of the crimes that they investigate are pretty intense. Like you're talking very organized crime charges. In a statement, Homeland Security states, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations New York executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from Homeland Security Los Angeles, Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. The further information would shock many netizens. The feds would
My
reveal
pill.
that they are investigating Diddy for trafficking
Oh, I
charges,
lost my
and that
pill.
they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant
What
along
the
with
hell?
narcotics in Diddy's mansion. 1,000 bottles of baby oil is about $10,000, which is nothing for Diddy.
Oh, I found
But
it.
still, what on earth is he doing with 1,000 bottles of baby oil? That is enough to fill a 100-gallon fish tank. You could use the baby oil to paint the surface, the outside of the White House, one time, and then another half. You know
Yeah.
those giant water cooler jugs in those corporate offices, and you connect it to the machine, and it, like, that's about 83 of those jugs
God
of
dang.
baby oil.
I also think it's bizarre that they disclosed that out of
Yes.
everything. I'm sure there's a lot of incriminating evidence they found, but they are saying, here's 1,000 baby oils. Do what you will with that information.
So some people think that it was included in the indictment to indicate this amount of baby oil must have links to trafficking. You don't just do this as someone who loves to have intimate relations with even multiple women and men, who cares, right? But this gives some sort of organized brothel vibes. Or some people think that it was included in the indictment along with the narcotics because there is suspicion that the baby oil has been laced with something.
But why wouldn't they disclose that already?
We don't know because they don't have to disclose any of that. Now,
Oh,
more
the
alarming
man
is
in
that
the
they
background
find
is her
9
husband.
AR-15 style weapons, 6 with the serial numbers intact, but 3 of them, the serial numbers are scratched off, which is very scary. Now, many believe that this raid was kicked off by Cassie Ventura's lawsuit against her ex-boyfriend Diddy. His homes are raided in March of 2024. Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, files her lawsuit November 2023. But everyone thinks, no. The lawsuit actually starts back in 2022. I know it's very confusing. Bear with me here.
Bruh.
2022, Cassie and Diddy have already been broken up for 4 years now. In fact, Cassie is married to another man. She's a mom with 2 beautiful children. But Diddy is winning the BET Lifetime Achievement Award. His rumored girlfriend, Young Miami of City Girls, is in the crowd holding up a sign supporting him. But in his winning speech, instead of thanking Young Miami, he says, anything I do is through love. That's what I evolved to be. That's what I'm doing right now. I was in a dark place for a few years, and I gotta give a special thank you to the people that was really there for me. He lists a few people, and then there's this odd moment where he looks directly into the camera and says, Cassie, for holding me down in dark times. Love.
Yeah, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times. Love.
Wait, he broke up already? What year
4
was
years
that?
ago. They broke up in 2018. This is in 2022.
That is is crazy.
She's married, she's moved on. It's not like they're still on and off. He's dating Young Miami. He's dated like a string of other women allegedly after this. And he's publicly in this weird relationship with Young Miami where it's like kind of unclear if they're dating or not. It's a little bit unclear, but she's there, right there.
Yeah.
Cassie's not even
What the
there. This is very strange.
Is it like kind of like a threat almost?
That's what it feels like. At the time, nobody thought it was. They just thought it was kind of disrespectful to Young Miami. But maybe he was still pining for Cassie because they did date for like 10 years. Maybe he wants her back and she's the one that got away. But now in hindsight, it feels like a threat. Because just 18 months later, Cassie will file a lawsuit against Diddy.
Damn.
The 19-year-old Cassie gets presented with this very simple 10-album deal with Diddy's record label, Bad Boy Records. So far, Cassie just has a few songs that by chance happen to be playing at a club.
When was this?
This is back in 2006. This is when they first meet. Her songs were playing at a club that Diddy was at, and he's intrigued. I mean, her voice, it's nice. She's going viral on MySpace at the time. And 37-year-old Diddy ends up signing 19-year-old Cassie to his label. She releases an album under Bad Boy Records. It debuts number 4 on the Billboard 200 in the US, which is a big freaking deal, especially when you factor in this is her first debut album. It seems like Cassie herself is not even ready for this level of commercial success. She was just going around promoting her album, doing these different press interviews, press tours. She would perform her songs live, but because she's so nervous and she's never done this before, she would freak out. Her performance would be considered not her best, and the media was just ripping into her. This is her first taste of fame, really. Side note, this is the same girl who said one of her first performances, she was doing everyone's hair and makeup. The dancers, the performers. So she's passionate, she's clearly talented. She's just not used to this level of fame that comes with signing with Bad Boy Records. Some critics start questioning her vocal ability, suggesting that her studio recordings are just heavily edited, and she can't even manage to replicate the same sound live. Others use this as a way to be like, see, she's not that talented. She's just an industry plant. She's signed by Bad Boy Records because she's pretty, so she's signed with Diddy. She's dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie. She's not actually skilled.
Thank you.
The negative press at the time was a lot. She's 19 years old, her frontal lobe has not even fully developed, but everybody is treating her like she personally insulted their mothers. She's probably thinking my entire career is over at this point. But Diddy, the owner of her record label, comes in and he starts defending his artist. He tells MTV News, you could hear the nervousness in her voice. And to be honest, I kind of smiled at that because it made me appreciate what I really love about her. She's just a regular person. It just made me appreciate that she got nervous. It's kind of cute to me, to be honest. You've got to understand that success for her is coming out of nowhere. It's just huge and people deal with that differently. A lot of people shut up after that. And they respected Diddy a lot for coming to his artist's defense, which is probably why Cassie felt comfortable and excited to perform at the MTV Europe Music Awards in Denmark later that year with Diddy. She flies all the way to Europe with Diddy, and during hair and makeup leading up to this performance, she's sitting in the makeup chair, and her makeup artist is fixing her face, staring at her in the mirror, and just states, Diddy's interested in you.
Wait, she's dating someone though, right?
Yeah, and Diddy's dating Kim Porter, okay? So this is very crazy, you know? Cassie thought the whole thing was just gossip, and honestly kind of gross. He's so old, he's practically double her age. I mean, there's just no way. He's in a very public relationship with his longtime on and off girlfriend, the mother of his children, Kim Porter. Besides, she's publicly dating a producer by the name of Ryan Leslie, and he knows that. He's
Yo, I need
friends
to
with Ryan
pause
Leslie.
it. Yo, I leave for a little bit and then I miss a whole bunch of stuff. Let's go. Let's go. I got more bread. My favorite snack.
What everybody has said about Diddy, if he wants something or someone, there's really no way of saying no.
I have seen
The
mostly
two enter
every
into a
single
very
one of her
public
videos.
relationship.
It gets crazier
And for
every
the most
time.
part, they fit this very glamorous, jealousy-inducing public image. The music mogul leaves the mother of his child. It's not explicit that it's due to Cassie. It seems like he's never really been a loyal person. even with Kim Porter, he was cheating on her with multiple other people.
I am absolutely loyal.
While he was dating Kim Porter. It's a lot. We're going to get into it in episode 2. But he ends up publicly dating Cassie, and everyone thought the music mogul, the beautiful, talented girlfriend, they looked good together. But behind closed doors, there were just some red flags in their relationship. For example, while he's publicly dating Cassie, he posts a tribute to one of the mothers of his children. So he's got 3 mothers of his children. Well, now 4. But he captions it, Chance, their daughter's name. Chance and I are so grateful to have you in our lives. Love. Which is totally fine, but the picture he posts of the mother of his child is her in a bikini on the beach. Again, the picture is fine. I'm not mom-shaming her. She looks incredible. But surely, he had more appropriate pictures to post considering he's dating Cassie. It's her birthday. It's just...
It's a whole...
He also allegedly had drugs and pills out in the open, like candy. So those were a few red flags for
To
Cassie.
my family.
Yeah, maybe that's just what happens when you're dating a billionaire in the industry. They're eccentric. But sometimes he would do really
I am loyal to
strange,
my
really questionable things.
brain and heart.
For example, according to a lawsuit,
Your
Cassie told
brain.
Diddy that she calls her beloved grandfather Pop Pop. Immediately after that, Diddy insisted that Cassie call him Pop Pop. But they're dating, with this huge age gap. It feels a little perverse. But more alarming than that is they were constantly breaking up, getting back together. And while they're on a bit of a break, Cassie alleges that she had a brief relationship with another musician by the name of Kid Cudi. And it seems that Diddy found emails between Cassie and Kid Cudi. He was not happy. He tells Cassie, I'm going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Which, I mean, no excuses for that, but it sounds like it's just someone's intense anger and jealousy speaking, right? I mean, it's Diddy. It's P. Diddy.
Brain.
Really? He's going to blow up another A-list musician's car? That's ridiculous. January 9th, 2012, Kid Cudi's car blows up in his driveway.
Dang.
His Porsche goes up in flames at 11 a.m. in the morning. The report lists the cause of fire as intentional, aka arson, but the police don't know who did this. The police were never able to even figure out exactly who did it, but there were whispers that Diddy was going around
gotta take
stating
small
that
bites.
he ordered someone, allegedly, to slice open the car's convertible top, it's a Porsche convertible, and drop a Molotov cocktail inside to have the car blow up. Allegedly.
Damn.
In fact, there were always whispers about Diddy, if you're in the industry. You know why they call him Puff? Or at least why they did call him Puff, don't you? There was a brief rumor that he got it in high school. He was on the football team, but because he was a bit skinnier of a kid, he had this habit of puffing up his chest to look more intense. But most people say that's not actually why they call him Puff.
Oh, he's
or Puffy.
so goofy.
Yeah.
That's why he's called Puff Daddy.
They say it's a childhood name because he was always, I feel like the real reason is goofier.
Okay.
Because he was always angry, so he would walk around huffing and puffing. So they called him Puffy.
No way.
Puffy or Puff. Puffy, Puff, then it's Puff Daddy, then it's P. Diddy, then it's Diddy, and now it's Brother Love. He even admitted in an interview once, I had a temper, that's why my friends started calling me Puffy. One industry source says they were at a party at Diddy's house, and they left early because the whole party just felt uncomfortable. They just sat there watching Diddy yell at Cassie all night for honestly nothing. They later said, you could see it in Cassie's eyes that she's scared. And I'm like, is this normal? Am I tripping right now? Why is nobody saying anything? Are they all scared of him? Why is he screaming at her?
Who said this?
An industry source, anonymous. So there's always whispers that Diddy is not normal in the industry. Danielle, who wrote a piece for the New York Times, she's a journalist. She said that she was at a party. This is back in 2015, which, by the way, she has a piece on New York Times. It's incredible. She's an amazing writer. This was back in 2015. She's at a party, one of those fancy ones, where they have the little tuna bites and those singular spoons and the wait staff walk around. Cassie, who's normally always surrounded by Diddy's entourage, is walking around alone, which is very rare. She's wearing stilettos in the grass, but she's stunning. She's so graceful. The way it's like she's barefoot. But even more so when she walks over to Danielle, gracefully squats down to be eye level, and says, how are you? Fine, how are you? How are you doing it? Doing what? Like, how are you managing? Danielle describes feeling like Cassie could almost see through her. It's like she felt that it's very likely a mutual friend had told Cassie that someone that they all knew in the industry had essayed Danielle. This was a decade earlier, the incident, but Danielle couldn't confirm that, so she just felt anxious. It felt like Cassie was asking her, how are you doing it, staying in the industry, going through all of this. So Danielle collected herself and tried to play it off like, girl, what? I'm fine. What are you talking about? It was this moment where both of them, she said both of them wanted to say something, but neither of them could find the words. Eventually, Cassie rose up gracefully, waved goodbye, and walked off. Another close to the couple friend by proximity, Dawn Richards, she's a former Danity Kane member. She has her own lawsuit, which we're going to cover in episode 3, but she has her own lawsuit against Diddy, and she stated that the first time she saw the two of them, Diddy and Cassie, she just felt uncomfortable. Diddy would get into Cassie's personal space. He would fixate on her with this very intense, unyielding stare. It was like he was constantly trying to isolate her while there's other people in the room. Another friend of Cassie's would later detail how she was once in the car with Cassie. Diddy's calling on speakerphone, just screaming at her. She alleges he was like what are you doing? Cassie kept hanging up because he was screaming, and then he would call again, she'd pick up, and he would scream, you don't hang up on me. I mean, this does not seem like a normal relationship. In the new lawsuit filed by Cassie against Diddy in November of 2023, she states publicly that after her on and off relationship with Diddy from 2007 to 2018, she's finally ready to come clean. She says, quote, after years of silence and darkness, I'm finally ready to tell my story and to speak up on behalf of
I'm
myself
sorry,
and for the
Skitty,
benefit of other
Derry.
women.
Derry.
Violence and abuse
Scary.
in their relationships. With the expiration of the New York Adult Survivor Act fast approaching, it became clear this was an opportunity to speak up about the trauma that I had experienced and that I will be recovering from for the rest of my life. I am ready to tell my story and to speak up. She goes on to detail in depth about her experience with Diddy. She states that even the start of their relationship was not something she consented to. The lawsuit alleges that after Cassie's 21st birthday party, Diddy pulls her into the bathroom and forcibly starts making out with her. Cassie did not consent. She said she immediately ran out of the bathroom and started crying. She told her best friend what happened, but she doesn't know what to do because she's basically stuck in this 10-album contract with Bad Boy Records. This is the founder and owner of Bad Boy Records that just forcibly kissed her. He knows she has a boyfriend. He's so influential in the industry. It's not like she can break the contract and go somewhere else. She's just started. She had like one hit song. That's it. It appears that she hoped that running out of the bathroom is a signal enough. It's a no without telling him don't ever do that again and pissing him off and maybe making him angry. But no, Diddy allegedly keeps demanding she come spend time with him, quote, for work. On one of those occasions, he hands her this pill and told her to take it. He wouldn't tell her what it was, but she was so scared she just swallowed it. Later, she said she realized it was ecstasy, something she had never tried before and never wanted to do. And it just gets worse from there. There were always drugs being pushed onto Cassie. The lawsuit states, as she wanted Mr. Combs to continue to support her career, she felt she could not refuse Mr. Combs' urging for her to take more drugs. Diddy would often have pills and other drugs out in the open like, quote, candy. Within 2 years of meeting Mr. Combs, Ms. Ventura found herself lured into this immediate circle of her boss, the owner of her record label, and one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry. Mr. Combs' aggressive and demanding approach to those he worked with made it impossible for anyone to challenge him, and Ms. Ventura soon learned that Mr. Combs insisted on blind loyalty from everyone in his inner circle. He also rented out apartments in New York City and Los Angeles for her. They were both in walking distance to his residences in both cities. He paid for everything in her life, her houses, her cars, which, yes, sounds great, but that's a really high level of control he now has over a 21-year-old. And it's not even just the purchasing of things. There was one instance, due to his alleged abuse, Cassie had to get an MRI. You would think that she's safe at the doctors, but even the doctors send the MRI results directly to Diddy and not to her.
What the fuck?
The lawsuit alleges
What?
throughout their relationship, Mr. Combs was prone to uncontrollable rage and frequently beat Ms. Ventura savagely. These beatings were witnessed by Mr. Combs' staff and employees of Bad Boy Entertainment and Mr. Combs-related businesses, but no one dared to speak up against their frightening and ferocious boss. It is stated that Diddy's head of security and his own assistant, when they saw the extent of some of Cassie's injuries, in one instance, it was 2 black eyes, a burst and bruised lip, and a huge welt on her forehead. They cried. They started crying. But it seems like they didn't do much to stop it. One former employee says, Diddy doesn't believe in being told no, and if you get caught up in the wrath of that, it can be very dangerous. The lawsuit states that the injuries on Cassie were allegedly so bad that Diddy would come to his senses, realizes, oh yeah, these are brutal, literal crimes, felonies that I committed, and he would hide his girlfriend Cassie in his house or hotels to make sure she's not seen or photographed with all the injuries that he inflicted on her. While he's holding her hostage in a sense, he would bombard her with gifts, words of affirmation, trying to get her back, which he would just get his assistants to buy a bunch of luxury gifts, have them delivered to the hotel room where she's being allegedly held hostage, and if that doesn't work, he would just remind her of how powerful he is. Once, she alleges an assistant tracked her down and told her point blank, hey, if you don't answer his calls, your single is never going to be released. Like, your songs, they're never going to, nothing will happen. Or they would just say ominous things like, it's in your best interest to call Mr. Combs back. Cassie alleges he would do this thing where he made her carry his gun in her purse. She's not familiar with guns and she was terrified that it would go off in her purse, but he gave her zero reason on why he even wanted her to put it in her purse. I mean, it seems like he just did it to instill fear in Cassie, to show her how terrifying he is. Some other instances of alleged violence include, once after a party with Jay-Z on the way back home, Diddy beat Cassie in an Escalade by kicking and hitting her. He told the driver to stop the car, made her get out on the street of New York City, and just left. At another party, Diddy saw her speaking with a man, and it's likely about work stuff, but he did not care. He asked her to step into the bedroom. It's a hotel after party, so it's one of those large suites with bedrooms, like a apartment. He steps into the bedroom, and he just starts beating her while there's a whole party happening outside. She said that she ran from corner to corner of the room to try and avoid him, and eventually she found herself curled up behind the toilet while he was stomping on her. Nobody could hear her scream because of the loud music. In another instance, it wasn't Cassie that he harmed.
Bro.
Once Cassie was at home with a friend of hers
I'm
named
kidding,
Carrie.
you're too big.
Diddy comes in unannounced, which Carrie did not appreciate, it seems. Likely she knew that Diddy was doing all these things to Cassie, and the two of them, Diddy and Carrie, they get into an altercation where Diddy throws a hanger at Carrie. The two settled it. Diddy and Cassie end up paying her for the dispute, and ever since then, Cassie's friendship with Carrie just strained, which is just the way that Diddy isolates her from everyone. Also, this isn't the first time. Allegedly, he did this with another friend of Cassie's by forcing Cassie to listen to what he wanted. He was like, if you're not going to do what I want, fine. He picks up her friend, allegedly, and dangles her off the 17th floor balcony.
What? This is in the lawsuit?
Yes.
He dangled a human outside the balcony?
Yes.
What the
I'm sure he was like cradling her. Or...
What?
Another time, they were at a party in LA.
Damn.
Cassie thought Diddy would be proud and excited
I lied
about his
when I
network,
told
and
you.
she spoke with this
She
music
has
manager in hopes of growing her career. But when
every
Diddy finds out
information.
he's not happy,
Yeah.
he's enraged. He drags her out of the party into the car. He's beating her, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle, quite literally, allegedly, stomping on her face. Cassie's
Damn.
lawsuit states Roger Bonds, one of Diddy's security staff, tried to stop the beating, which he does cooperate in an interview. But he is unable to de-escalate the situation. When they get to Diddy's house, Cassie tries to make a run for it, but he chases after her and kicks her in the face again. She's bleeding profusely at this point. She gets ushered into his house where she starts throwing up from the violent assault. Once they got in the house, Diddy, he starts realizing, wait, the extent of her injuries. She's got to go to a hotel to heal. She's not allowed to leave this hotel for an entire week while healing. It's in this hotel room that Cassie stated she starts fully realizing, quote, that Mr. Combs' tremendously loyal network not only knew about and witnessed his assaults, but also these witnesses were not willing to do anything meaningful to stop Mr. Combs' behavior.
What you gotta say now? What you gotta say now? You ain't got just say when you put your girl on the snap.
She recognized she was powerless, and reporting him to the authorities would
Huh?
not alter his status or influence. It would just merely give him another excuse to hurt her. She said, from that point forward, she was terrified,
Ya,
isolated,
pero
and unable to see a
se me
pathway out of
sale,
Mr. Combs'
se me
abusive
sube.
life. She found herself numb to the abuse that she was
Se me
experiencing.
sube.
She began to blindly follow his instructions
Como,
out of fear
I don't
of
know.
being on the receiving end of a vicious beating.
Se sube. I don't
Tiffany
know.
Red is a Grammy-winning songwriter and musician herself. She helped produce Replay by Zendaya, Boss for NCTU, and Songs for Cassie. In fact, Tiffany Red remembers it was all very odd. I mean, she had written this song for Cassie called Loyal. The two of them had been working on it together, and the first verse reads, I don't know what is real, I just know how I feel, and you keep acting like you don't know what you did wrong, trying to get me to chill. Since we ain't been together, I've been on some whatever. Tiffany could tell that Diddy did not like Cassie singing those lyrics, or at least that's the initial vibe that she got, and she thought it was weird.
Did she write that or Cassie wrote that?
Both of them together. Now, they've been in a stable relationship for like a decade. I mean, yes, they're on and off, but still, it's just a song. It's not that serious. But it does indeed get serious. Tiffany actually penned an open letter to Diddy when all of this starts unraveling, and she explains how she's a longtime friend of Cassie's, and yeah, she has seen the abuse. She says to Diddy, I first met you in person in August of 2015 at a surprise party you threw for Cassie's 29th birthday at a hotel in Los Angeles. I was at her old apartment before the party with friends, rushed by calls from your team about her ETA. We were in a frenzy to get her ready without spoiling the surprise. We all piled into a black car service from her place to the party. We arrived at the area reserved for her party at the hotel, and you popped out singing Happy Birthday. There were so many friends, a few famous faces, and cameras recording as we sang. She was definitely surprised. Up until that point, I'd only spoken to you once before on FaceTime with Cassie about songs we were working on together. You approached me that day, and you introduced yourself saying, so you're the one writing all those songs about me. I said yes, and you stared back and said, that means she's talking to you, huh? I was uncomfortable because it seemed like you were talking about the more turbulent parts of your relationship. Tiffany also claims that one of Diddy's security guards came up to her once and said something along the lines of, I heard a lot about you, Tiffany. She said, you both creeped me out, and this interaction was super intimidating. It felt like you both wanted me to know that you knew who I was, and you didn't like how close I was to her.
Wait. What was the lyrics again? Like, what exactly was said that got Diddy so offended?
That she doesn't think he's being loyal.
That got Diddy this emotional?
Yes. Later that evening, during the surprise birthday party, it started in the afternoon, so around nighttime, they all decided to go to a karaoke spot called the Blind Dragon. But only a few of the girlies were wanting to go. Tiffany Red writes, but you weren't happy that she was leaving. I remember your people hovering around us, trying to discourage Cassie from leaving, but we went anyway. You followed us and arrived just a little bit later after we did. It was instantly uncomfortable. You pulled Cassie out of the private karaoke room. She put her head down and went with you. I followed outside to see if she was okay because something was off. When I walked out of the room,
Want you
had
to
her
get
back to the
kidnapped.
corner of the
No
hallway
more.
outside of the door, and your security surrounded you two as you cursed her out with your hands in her face. These are all Tiffany Red's allegations, by the way. She and I briefly made eye contact. I felt helpless. She looked afraid, and I kept looking down at the floor. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. Tiffany explains that in her allegations that the party was over at that point because Diddy wanted Cassie on her 29th birthday to come with him, leave her friends, and do what he wants to do on her birthday, which is already alarming, but that's nothing compared to what actually happens. Or at least according to multiple different accounts, but still alleged since there's no recording of this incident. Tiffany said Cassie pulled her girls aside and asked them, "Can you guys just go back to my place and stay the night? I'll be back later. I mean, I have to go back to the house right now to gather my stuff. Go with Diddy and I'll be back. And we can have like a little birthday sleepover." Clearly something about the whole situation, the way that Diddy was asking and the way that Cassie was asking.
I'll
Tiffany
get
says,
you.
"I said yes because I was worried that Diddy would hurt her."
All right.
Prior to this incident, Cassie confirmed to me that you were a physically abusive person, and the way you were in her face that night was so alarming to me. I didn't want to leave her alone. When we got back to her house, she kept saying to us she didn't want to go with you, but you were already on your way to pick her up. One of her friends was packing an overnight bag for her. I'll never forget it. It was the biggest Birkin bag I've ever seen. It was blue. I kept asking why they're packing Cassie's stuff if clearly she didn't want to go with Diddy, and this person said, "She always goes." Diddy arrives at the door, and you whisked her away. Cassie looked uneasy. I didn't know where you were taking her. Once you left, the person who packed the bag said, "They'll be back. Watch." It was almost like they had seen this movie before. Tiffany was worried, but there's not really much that she could have done in that moment considering everything. She says that she fell asleep in Cassie's room and, quote, "A few hours later, I was woken up by you screaming, 'Emotional singing bitch, where are you?'"
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that's what Tiffany claims. It's like 3 or 4 in the morning. Tiffany walks out of the bedroom where she had fallen asleep, and she's face to face with Diddy, who allegedly says, "Emotional singing bitch, there you are." Tiffany said she didn't even know that he was talking about her, but now she's like, what? She feels terrified, humiliated, confused, but ultimately freaking scared. And he starts allegedly screaming, "Tell your girl she needs some birthday dick. I flew all the way from Miami, and she's gonna get this birthday dick."
Oh, hell
Tiffany
no.
is terrified. He seems furious, and she tries to respond. She doesn't have to have sex with him. She doesn't want to. But allegedly, Diddy keeps screaming around Cassie's house, "She gonna get this dick."
Damn.
Which I guess at that point, what
How
Diddy
tall are
wants,
you again?
Diddy gets because of how
6'2".
abusive and violent he allegedly is. The two, Diddy and Cassie, end up driving off again in a golf cart since he lived down the street. Tiffany said she watched from the balcony that it was terrifying. She alleges Diddy was driving the golf cart speeding, and she says, "I thought you were going to get pulled over and go to jail or crash from being so high. It was like a real-life scary movie. I was terrified for Cassie, and she later told me that you made her have a freak-off that night." Freak-offs, according to Cassie's lawsuit, they started happening within a few months of dating. Diddy kept telling Cassie that he wanted to engage in this fantasy with her called voyeurism. He explained it's a fantasy of
How tall
watching
is
others
Johnny?
engage in intimate activities. He allegedly said he
I
would,
think
quote,
he's
turn
like
him on
6'3".
if he saw Miss Ventura with another dick.
He's still growing.
The first time it happens, Diddy hires a man, brings him to his LA mansion. He forces that man and Cassie and himself to wear masquerade masks, take drugs. The whole time he's sitting there and allegedly instructing Cassie on what to do to this man while he's watching and self-pleasuring. This encounter, according to the lawsuit, lasted multiple days. So it seems like he's drugging everyone. Allegedly keeping everyone on drugs so that they can keep going. He starts referring to these events as freak-offs, or an FO, if you will.
He is not that
After
tall.
the first time, randomly Diddy would call
Yeah, he's
Cassie and
tall.
tell him he wanted an FO. Eventually, he would even make her coordinate them, picking the location, usually hotels, hiring the male sex workers. He forced her, allegedly, to go online and find these men to have these encounters with, and specifically told her to search for,
What
quote,
I'm hearing.
large black penis. He would even fly these men around the U.S. to meet up with Cassie and Diddy so that he could watch them having intimate relations with his girlfriend against her will. While
What
Cassie
the
is doing
fuck?
that, Diddy is picking out lingerie that he wants her to wear. He's making sure that her nails are painted white. He allegedly liked to have her white nails, to quote, in paraphrased terms, contrast to the skin of the black men that he was hiring to have sex with her.
What?
Diddy's assistants would be sent to the hotel to set up the FOs, which, by the way, there's a Conan O'Brien segment. Conan O'Brien was like, "I heard this rumor that you don't actually ever check into a hotel by yourself. Like, you are not a normal person. You don't check in and, like, oh, where's my room? You send people to check in for you and get the room ready." And he says, yeah, like, they gotta make it sexy before I arrive.
Oh,
So he
hell
would have his
nah.
assistants send to the hotel to set up for the FO, set up with baby oil, Astroglide,
Oh,
all these things.
hell
And there are also
nah.
allegedly a ton of drugs present: ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, alcohol. Honestly, it's the only thing that let Cassie disassociate from these encounters.
I'm so
There's
short,
so
damn.
much coordination happening for just one of these encounters. It's really hard to say how many people on Diddy's team were involved in these arrangements.
Jesus.
Another odd part of the routine is, after the freak-offs, they would get IV fluids to recover from all the heavy drug usage. These freak-offs became more and more frequent, sometimes happening once a week. Clearly, Cassie hated it, but he kept telling her it was their thing, their secret. And allegedly, he would even instruct her to talk to these workers and would specifically instruct where to touch them. He would say things like, quote, "Grab that big black dick. How does it feel?" This is in the lawsuit. But sometimes he would just beat her during freak-offs in front of the sex workers. Side note, he would pay the men a few $1,000s in cash for their services, and probably to make Cassie feel more disgusting, it seems, he would present her with gifts during the freak-offs. The lawsuit states at one point she She had so many designer bracelets from the freak-offs, and immediately following his brutal beatings, he would gift her bracelets, designer bracelets, that she felt that she was shackled by his presence. The lawsuit alleges, during the freak-offs, in addition to directing Miss Ventura and masturbating, Mr. Combs would use his phone, laptop, and tablet to film Miss Ventura having sex with the hired workers. He treated the forced encounter as like a personal art project, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. Sometimes he would use Cassie's phone to take those videos and pictures, and she would immediately delete them after because why would she want that on her phone? But he would just mock her. Oh, you know I can recover that. Like, that's crazy. Which is kind of a hard-to-believe statement of, no, that's crazy. You're crazy. How can you recover it? It's my phone. I deleted it, and I deleted it from my recently deleted. What do you mean? Well, not too long after that, they're on his plane heading to another city, and he forces her to sit next to him and plays her a video that she believed she had deleted from her phone.
What the hell?
So maybe he sent it to his phone before it was I don't know.
That is crazy.
But he had it playing on the plane and forced her to watch the entire thing. She started
Jesus
developing this
Christ.
intense fear and anxiety for these freak-offs, and she would become physically ill every time he demanded one. She would just start throwing up when he told her he wanted a freak-off, and he would see this,
Oh,
convince her that
hell
she needed
no.
to do this, and would shame her for saying no. And if that didn't work, he would beat her. There was
Jesus.
one time where Cassie said she was ready to leave, she's trying to move on, and briefly entered into a romantic relationship with Kid Cudi, but Diddy kept calling her for more freak-offs, and out of fear she went. And during that freak-off, I don't know if he stole her phone or forced her to let him have it, he ends up finding emails between Cassie and Kid Cudi. He freaks out, he puts a corkscrew, a wine corkscrew, in between his fingers and starts lunging at Cassie, allegedly according to the lawsuit.
Jesus
She was
Christ.
terrified, she ran out of there and briefly went to stay with Kid Cudi. He's calling her, threatening her, I'm gonna blow up his car. She leaves his house, goes to her parents' house because she's scared, and sure enough, his car explodes in his driveway.
Damn.
Since then, others have come forward with their alleged freak-off experiences, including one of Diddy's alleged drug dealers. So the word freak-offs, these parties, they've kind of merged into different variations. Cassie's freak-offs that she lists in her lawsuit seem like more intimate encounters where she's forced to engage in activities with 1-2 different people in front of Diddy, right?
Jesus
But some
Christ.
people have stated he would just have like these freaky parties, allegedly. Again, this could be someone that's never met Diddy a day in his life until things are proven in the court of law. Take everything with a grain of salt. But this alleged drug dealer states that he once went to Diddy's mansion in the Hamptons to drop off a shipment of supplies, if you will. Diddy opens the door in nothing but a robe, brings him to a back bedroom to make the deal, and that's when he sees, quote, weird shit. Weird shit was starting to happen. Celebrity guys f***ing each other. They were in the back bedrooms, and it was like the inner sanctum. He states there were a lot of people at that party, female rappers, sex workers. They were already high on what seemed to be ketamine and GHB, basically roofies. To which the drug dealer alleges, you could see two people you would not think would be hooking up. Rappers, that's what shocked me. I won't say names, but there were rappers that I immediately lost respect for and could never take seriously again. Which, like, what is that supposed to mean? But he continues, that's when I got the f*** out of there.
This is a statement he made without any names
Yes.
mentioned?
Now, this could be a total lie, complete and utter lie, but he's claiming he was Diddy's drug dealer and he saw these freak-offs. So that's why I'm telling you, the word freak-offs, these parties are kind of merging, and then some people believe that all of Diddy's parties are freak-offs, that everyone that went to the white party should be burned at the stake, but then some people are saying, no, it's the after parties, like what this drug dealer is describing, that's the problem. And then some people are saying, no, it's the encounters that he's forcing these people into, like Cassie, that are the freak-offs. So it's unclear, it could be all of the above, we don't know. Until the trial, I guess.
It's hard to say which is more off the hook, a Diddy party or a Diddy after party, or a Diddy after party, which is basically a pre-party for the next Diddy party.
There are a lot of allegations and lawsuits that women had attended his white parties and then they were essayed at those parties. But I don't know if those are freak-offs. So it's like terminology, I guess, at that point. And those lawsuits we will get into part 2. Now, he does note that he never saw Diddy himself partake in any sexual activity. But there seems to be a slightly different variation of freak-offs, like I said, from what Cassie is alleging. So in this episode, we're just going through Cassie's version of freak-offs and how they would be conducted. Tiffany Red also states that the only time that Cassie's music ever advanced, Diddy was ever willing to talk to Cassie about her business and her music, was if she participated in freak-offs. In fact, he would force her to listen to her demos and her songs during the freak-off. Allegedly.
Jeez.
He would play the songs that they're working on.
What is wrong with this man?
Tiffany
Jesus
Red
Christ.
claims all these years, all those songs that we worked on, I mean, to find out all those years, I spent all this time writing these songs for him to my friend to them. Tiffany Red said, I mean, even his speech at the BET Awards, right? Cassie had moved on finally for the past 4 years.
Yeah, also Cassie, for holding me down in the dark time. Love.
Oh, hell no.
It's like harassment, she says. You're still f***ing with her. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Another source says, he tries to paint a picture of being this heartbroken man after Cassie left, but he's just a liar and an abuser. It feels like a threat, just like what happened when she did leave him. Cassie states in her lawsuit that in September 2018, she finally decides to leave Diddy. The two of them meet up at an Italian restaurant in Malibu where she confirms, yes, I'm serious, I'm done. Like, you can have all your stuff back, I'm over it. The dinner went okay. After dinner, he drops her off at her place, but instead of letting her leave, he allegedly forces himself into the apartment, tries to kiss her. She obviously tells him no because she's done, but instead of leaving, he allegedly, forcibly takes off her clothes, unbuckles his belt, and proceeds to essay Cassie while she claims she repeatedly told him no and is trying to push him away.
Jesus Christ.
Soon after, Cassie leaves the apartment that he was paying for, leaves everything, like the car that he paid for, and manages to get out of her Bad Boy Records contract. And coincidentally, a few months after she moved away, she gets doxxed. Her new address gets posted online, which leads to her feeling paranoid and terrified, rightfully so. But there is a question of, if this all happened in 2018, why is she just now, in the end of 2023, filing the lawsuit? The two, Cassie and Diddy, broke up in 2018 after a decade of dating, like I said. Cassie moves on, remarries her personal trainer, Alex Fine, in 2019. It appears that he really helped her recover from not just the physical, emotional, mental trauma, but just everything. She was also had an unhealthy relationship with drugs and alcohol because of how Diddy would push them onto her, allegedly. She said it was established and fueled by Mr. Combs.
When are you sleeping after this?
Afterwards, she would have these horrific nightmares of the freak off. She
Oh, it's almost done.
And eating. She starts having thoughts of
So at
self-exiting. It's not
like
until
almost
she ends
9.
up having 2 daughters that she feels like she, quote, was safe from the trauma that had consumed over a decade of her life. Cassie went to rehab to deal with the repercussions of her time with Diddy, and she said that being a mom gave her a renewed purpose. And in 2023, Cassie sues him thanks to the New York Adult Survivors Act, which essentially created this look-back window. Adult survivors could file civil lawsuits against their abusers, so not criminal lawsuits, like civil lawsuits, regardless of when the abuse occurred, and if the statute of limitations for the civil lawsuits was over.
For you.
Is this a new law in New York? Or?
It was a 1-year window that gave survivors. So it's because a lot of people need a lot of time to even come to terms with what happened. And we would hope that now is a lot more accepting of an environment for survivors, even though we still have a long ways to go.
How is that only 1 year window?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But it was a 1-year window for people to sue their abusers and seek that justice that they might finally be strong enough to look for. And in that 1-year window, over 3,000 lawsuits were filed under the Act, including Cassie Ventura's, which Diddy is arguing is false, 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 false. It's a money grab. Diddy's team, in essence, their argument boils down to Cassie is a cheater. She cheated on Diddy, and she willingly participated in those freak-offs, but now she's upset and wants to get more money out of Diddy, basically alleging her of orchestrating a shakedown to get this money. His attorney, Ben Rathman, says, for the past 6 months, Mr. Combe has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail. Despite withdrawing her initial threat, Ms. Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and seek a payday. To which Cassie's attorney responded, but you already offered her 8 figures to prevent her from filing this lawsuit, which we rejected.
What? So Cassie said that he tried to pay her 8 figures and she's rejected that.
Her attorney stated.
Wow.
The public arguments are over after these statements because within a business day, 24 hours, Cassie and Diddy settle for an undisclosed amount. There is a number circulating that she settled for $30 million, but that seems to be taken from a statement Diddy's attorney made where Cassie allegedly demanded $30 million or else she would write a book. She could have settled for $30 million. Honestly, I hope a lot more because he's worth $1 billion.
Yeah.
Wait, so she filed this lawsuit.
$1 billion?
No, they settled.
They settled, right.
How is he so rich?
Able to access the lawsuit.
Yes. So I would say him settling is not an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
However, it's very beneficial for him to settle. It's not beneficial
So
for
I
her
can
to settle.
hang
Unless
and
she
punch.
is just,
Damn.
she doesn't want this in the news for
Hug
her. She
and
doesn't want to keep going down
punch.
this fight because it's a long fight. But for him, it's very beneficial because once you go into discovery, more things are going to come out into the open. Evidence has to be brought up.
Yeah. Will this be mentioned during next year's trial? Or?
Yes, because she settled in a civil lawsuit where likely they signed an airtight NDA
He's
where
a
they
singer.
cannot mention each other or talk about each other or wage any other public accusations against each other. However,
He's
in a
that
criminal
famous?
lawsuit, she can be called to testify. That does not bar her from testifying or working with
I
federal
don't think I ever
investigators.
heard one of his
Yeah,
songs.
so it's good. Now she could have settled for $30 million. I hope
I
not more,
just-
but the exact amount has not been disclosed to the public.
I remember seeing him in a music video, and he was like a Roblox character. Like he was like in a Roblox costume type thing. That's the only thing I remember seeing him in. That was like a meme.
After the settlement stating, I've decided to resolve this matter.
I have a
amicably
small
on
teddy
terms
bear.
that I
Oh,
have some
nice.
level of control. And again, you know,
Why would I hang my teddy bear? I don't know.
And of course, Diddy's attorneys are going to be slinging dirt at everybody. It's just rough. She says, I want to
He's
thank
in
my family,
movies.
fans,
He
and viewers
is?
for their unwavering support.
What movie?
Diddy releases his own statement. We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love. His attorney also butts in
As
and
well.
says, just so we're clear, a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way of admission of wrongdoing. Mr. Combs' decision to settle the lawsuit does not in any way undermine his flat-out denial of the claims. He is happy they got to a mutual settlement and wishes Miss Ventura the best. Now, again, it's very interesting because netizens state, for Cassie, it's very understandable why she would settle. She got her truth out there, she's warning other women, and now she doesn't have to go through this whole process that's going to take so much of her life, take so much money, she's going to have so many problems to deal with.
But he is
this
in
could be
movies
the best
now.
way for her to heal.
You know,
Now,
for
Diddy,
someone
people are
that...
saying, why would you settle if you're not guilty?
It's
Even though
crazy how I live
technically,
in
legally,
LA but know
it's just a
nothing
little
about
weird. It's just weird, buddy.
celebrities.
Now, the lawsuit is filed November 16th, and they settled the day after. And for a while, everybody stays a bit quieter because it's unclear what any of that really means. I will say most people are thankfully on Cassie's side, but a good chunk, they just want to reserve their opinions for later. Until another lawsuit hits Diddy. Then another. In total, 11 lawsuits would hit Diddy back to back.
After Cassie's lawsuit.
Yes. And then he will be hit with that federal raid on his houses, on both his homes in March 2024 for an investigation into trafficking. Now the questions are open again. What the hell is going on? And none of Diddy's attorney's comments are even making sense. I will say a lot of the serious allegations do briefly get overshadowed by the baby oil memes, which Diddy's attorney doesn't really make it any better. Diddy's attorney has tried to argue about the copious, unfathomable, frankly bizarre amounts of baby oil in his possession. He's got a big house. Americans, as we know, buy in bulk. There's a Costco down the street. I mean, this is what consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. We can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow this is a bad thing, because if it was, there would be no more people. He says it wasn't 1,000 baby bottle oils, but it was a lot, and I'm not sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
He has a big house, he buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
Which Costco responded to this statement stating, we do not sell baby oil in any of our U.S. locations. Keep our name out your mouth.
That's crazy.
Basically.
Dang.
They don't sell baby oil?
No, not in the U.S.
What?
Even Costco wants nothing to do with Diddy. To which people have responded, I don't think anyone questioned where he was getting the baby oil. His lawyer is so unserious. Diddy is all lubed up and slipping through the bars in his cell. His lawyer is trying to get Diddy a Costco commercial at this point. Now, side note, the cost of baby oil, like we said, is probably like $10,000 for 1,000 bottles, but it's going to cost Diddy a lot more. Cassie alleges in her lawsuit that Diddy would instruct her to pour excessive amounts of oil all over herself. And once, in a 2013 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in New York City, he was charged tens of thousands of dollars in damages by the hotel after an FO. It's unclear if it's a direct cause of the baby oil, but I'm sure baby oil is not easy to clean. But perhaps it is, I don't know, because for months, nothing happens to Diddy. He gets sued in November 2023, his homes are raided March 2024, he will not get arrested until September 2024. For 5 months, he is free, and he is showing off that freedom. He posts videos of himself standing by the ocean, staring down a tropical storm. His arms are outstretched to a pastor's voice saying, not hysterical, not frantic, not anxious, not fretful, but steady in the storm.
I'm free as a mother.
He also goes whitewater rafting with his friends, and it seems like he's living the life, because at this point, his lawsuit is settled, the feds raided his house and have nothing. That means maybe they have nothing on him. He's free to go on his yachts, go on his plane, and he's always denied the allegations against him. If he really were that bad, he would have been arrested, right? And of course, naturally, people just want to hate on Cassie, believing that her lawsuit was a money grab. One netizen comments, she had the option to leave. She participated in her own misery. If a man puts his hands on you, just go. Which is insane. Another comment reads, she knew about all the freak-offs and didn't say anything for over a decade. Someone else comments, some women are willing to endure abuse for money. If she could do it all over again and get the money, I believe she would still be with Puff. She left Ryan Leslie, a handsome musical genius, for Diddy. Such a gold digger move. Not sure why she gets so much sympathy. She outed him for money, not justice.
Wow.
Another comment reads, some women pretend to be into all that freaky stuff to keep a man. She was always receiving money gifts and a lifestyle most people will never live. She decided at the time it was a good idea, and then she grew up and realized how nasty the whole thing was and wanted out. I don't think Diddy made her do something she didn't want to do at the time. It was fun until it wasn't. Some allege that she might have put her hands on him first because, quote, some women like to do that. They like to put their hands on a man just to see what that man will do. Insinuating that Cassie was violent first. What on earth is going on?
Oh yeah,
now,
comments are
this is a smaller
comments.
group of netizens, but there's also a guy named Boozy, and he's a rapper, but I think he's just a certified
I feel
hater.
like
He
Jesus
thinks
will
that
even
Cassie
get
was a
negative
boss.
comments.
Either she was traumatized by what she went through,
To be
she was
honest.
sick and she was hurt, or she loved every minute of it.
Be like, you should do better.
She was sick and hurt. Oh, she loved every minute of it.
What kind of... A lot of comments point out, aside from her getting a settlement, which, what's wrong with that? Okay, they comment, he never planned music for her. It's like he signed her just to date her. He had bad intentions from the get-go, because he mentioned that the world would love her music, but she barely got to create music and music videos. They also state that there's a lot of people backing Cassie's story. Cassie's alleged makeup artist has since gone on to CNN to allege that she was privy to an incident in 2010 where Diddy beat Cassie in a hotel room. She remembers being so scared, she starts packing Cassie's things, gets her out of there, brings her to her home, but They were too scared to call the police. Roger Bonds, who claims to be a former bodyguard for Diddy, that he was also listed in the lawsuit, states that he believes Cassie 1,000%. He alleges he himself has seen Diddy put his hands on Cassie. He states, quote, if Cassie was talking to somebody else, he would lose his mind. He also confirmed sometimes he would just leave her places and not come back for her. Like, remember she alleged he would just leave her in New York City to just stop on the side of the road after beating her and then push her out the car?
Jesus.
In addition to that, he alleges everybody was afraid of Puff. A lot of people knew what was going on, but nobody said anything. Nobody said nothing. I'm glad she's speaking her truth. I hope she gets justice. But the most detailed corroborating evidence is actually from another lawsuit filed by Dawn Richards, former Danity Kane member who was managed by Diddy. It's a group that Diddy formed. There were lots of allegations in her lawsuit that we're going to get to in part 2.
That's how he's famous.
But the ones pertaining to Cassie said she saw Diddy beating, choking, punching, slapping, and throwing things at Cassie. She said one time she saw Cassie making eggs for him for breakfast. Diddy comes barreling down the stairs, pissed off, high on drugs, or at least he looked like he was high on drugs, according to Dawn's version of events. She claims he starts screaming, I've been asking you for my shit. I can't stand you. You never do anything right.
Damn.
She claims he pushes Cassie against the wall, starts choking her, before picking up the scalding hot pan of eggs and throwing it at her, causing her to fall into the ground into a fetal position. Diddy isn't done, though. He keeps cursing at Cassie and allegedly dragging her up the stairs. Another incident, she allegedly saw Diddy attack Cassie in a van, grabbing her by the neck, dragging her out of the van into the grass, choking her while yelling, you're gonna get fucked up today. Dawn's lawsuit states, in another instance, Mr. Combs punched Miss Ventura in the face in the bathroom of a party in LA. Frequently, when Miss Ventura attempted to voice an opinion or stand up to Mr. Combs, he would strike her or wrap his hands around her throat and choke her. She also alleges that they would be out to dinner with other high-profile celebrity guests. She names them in the lawsuit. She once saw Diddy hiss at Cassie at the dinner table and forcibly punch her in the stomach so hard she doubled over and started crying. One of the other women escorted Cassie out of the restaurant, and Diddy stayed to keep socializing. According to the lawsuit, whenever Dawn tried to step up and help or de-escalate, Diddy would threaten Dawn, saying, allegedly, he would say, this is normal. This was just a lover's argument. This is what love is. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you want to make it, shut your mouth. If you say anything, there will be consequences. Y'all bitches don't get in my relationship. Don't tell my bitch what she needs to be doing. Just make money and shut the fuck up. I end artists. I shelve careers. You could go missing. You just want to die today? You want to die today? I make N-words go missing. I end people.
Damn.
It's crazy. So he's blatantly doing this in front of every single person.
That's okay. They're probably dead asleep. That's crazy. Oh.
And
go against him. That's how powerful he was.
Yeah, I see a lot of people like ripping apart people for not coming forward until Cassie came forward. And I don't know, what are your thoughts on it? I see people ripping them apart. I see other people arguing with them saying, you just don't get it. Like, it's not, people aren't believed anyway to begin with. And to go up against Diddy is just the amount of funds he has.
Yeah.
In 2019, a former on and off girlfriend of
Money
Diddy's,
is power.
Gina, goes onto a podcast with Tasha T, where she alleges just a lot of things took place between her and Diddy.
Wait, when was this?
2019.
Oh, right after.
Yes, but this whole podcast basically gets ignored, kind of buried, honestly. This is 4 years before Cassie's lawsuit comes out. She says she met Diddy when she was 21, 22. She's been seeing Diddy for the past 6 years while he's been with Cassie. He's double her age at this point, but they start dating, and according to the timeline, Gina starts dating Diddy around the time that he's dating Cassie. She even alleges in the interview that Cassie did reach out to her a few times to tell her to leave Diddy alone, but she states that Cassie was always nice, never called her any names or anything. She even states in the interview that the last time she spoke with Cassie, Cassie reached out to her and she said, she called me at 4 in the morning, Cassie did, and was like, hey, I just had a dream and I just wanted to call you and tell you I don't hate you, I don't have bad blood, I don't have anything towards you, or anything like that. Which, side note, a lot of people think that Cassie telling her to leave Diddy alone wasn't like, leave my man alone, but rather, leave, get out, go, like, get help before it's too late. Gina meets him February of 2014, allegedly gets pregnant in October of 2014, in which she alleges that she confides in him, and he just assumes, well, you're going to get an abortion, right? She states she tells him she's not sure exactly what she wants to do, and he offers her $50,000 to terminate. Which, if true, I'm sure was incredibly insulting, considering Gina states she did terminate, but she turned down the money. She said, I just loved him. I was just trying to prove to him that I'm not that girl that wanted the money. I just cared about him. She explains, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. It was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me. She later alleges on the podcast, the first few months he was really nice, and then after he started being an asshole. Like, I would say the first 3.5 years he was mean to me. When you say mean, could you describe it? Tasha T is asking her. He was abusive. He was always belittling me. He was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me. Tell me some of the things that he would say to you. He would always compare me to Cassie, tell me that I'm the bad one. She's the
I have
one.
2 weeks off from school.
And he was with both of you guys at the same time.
What the fuck? Spring break?
At one point I was like breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times. He would be like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their faces. He would call me names. He would call me a hoe every single day. I was naive and young when I met him, so I felt like he tried to take advantage of that and manipulate me and made me feel low about myself. So obviously, you terminated baby one because you loved him. How long after dating did the physical abuse start? The first time it happened, which was not even that long into the relationship, we started dating beginning of February. It was probably beginning of May because we were at Meek Mill's birthday party. It was like a mansion party, and we went. She explains that she's sitting down. On her right is Diddy, and on Diddy's right is Meek Mill. But she says, I was covered with like a stand or something, like probably says happy birthday Meek or something like that. And the stand was covering me because there was a lot of cameras and stuff there, so it's like me, Puff, and Meek. So he's publicly dating Cassie. So this stand is kind of covering her.
To put a little
Wait.
stand to cover her.
It seems like it.
That's why the gym was so full. Is that why the gym was full? Spring break.
It's the insinuation. So she's sitting there, Diddy's sitting next to her, and then Meek is sitting next to Diddy. And Puff had leaned forward to talk to someone, say hi or whatever. So I turned over to Meek to say happy birthday. He put out his hand. I reached over to take his hand and shake it. As I shook
I was
Meek's
like, why
hand,
is there so many people
Puff
at
saw it.
7
He got
in the
so
morning?
mad. We probably stayed 20 minutes after that happened, and when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair and cussed me out for doing that. He was like, what the f*** are you shaking his hand for? I was just like, I'm saying happy birthday. So it was like a jealous rage. I think he thought I was trying to be sneaky behind
I don't know,
his back,
spring
'cause, like,
break
I reached
is
over when I
boring.
leaned forward to talk to someone,
Yeah.
so he thought I was trying to be sneaky. And how, yeah.
The dude is like this level of fame and success. It's that insecure about everything. Wow, so pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. And the interviewer is asking, and you were how old at this time? He's like double her age. She says I was 22 probably. So when we get to the hotel, it gets worse. He like took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me. He like mushed my face really hard, made my nose bleed. And every time, you know, we get into fights like that, which side note, if this allegation is true, that is not a fight. That's a one-sided domestic battery charge. That's not a fight. She says the only person that ever tried to help me was D-Rock, who is, I believe, a famous musician. Everyone else just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way. So the rest of everyone, they would just watch. Well, not like watch, just like kind of walk away and just leave us alone and not really step in to stop it. Now, what made you stay? Because obviously there's baby number 2, because she claims that she had 2 pregnancies he made her terminate. Because I just thought that he's only being like that because he loved me. And she starts crying in this portion, and she says, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad, that's all I knew, so I just thought it was normal. I just thought it meant he loved me.
Damn.
Okay, let's talk about baby number 2. When did baby 2 come? Last year, August 2018. So this is 6 years of them being together at this point. She says, mind you, it wasn't my fault that I got pregnant because I have like this period app and it tells me when I'm ovulating and stuff. So I told him that I'm ovulating, so do it. And he just did it anyways. And then I got pregnant and he was like, okay, then just get a termination. He didn't even hesitate. She says, but by this time it's harder for me because I'd been with him for so long and I was like really in love. Part of me wanted to keep it, but he didn't. And I had only agreed to terminating because he told me to. And he took me to Turks and Caicos a couple days later before the termination. So right before the termination, he takes her to Turks and Caicos. And during that time, he was just giving me like alcoholic drinks to drink. And I was like, I'm not that comfortable. And he was just like, you're going to get an abortion anyway. He was kind of being distant towards me the whole trip anyway. She alleges that they come home from their trip on Sunday. And the plan was to get the termination on Monday. She says when they get back on Sunday, quote, he had left me to go meet up with Cassie. So he just kind of like left me there for like half the day. And I was like, how are you going to leave me when you want me to do this thing tomorrow? He was obviously just making excuses on why he had to go. So because he left on Sunday, I was like, I'm not doing it tomorrow though. I'm not going to terminate tomorrow. I just need some time to think about it. So I told him that I just need time to think about it. And he was like, well then you can't leave my house. Like just being mean to me. He was like, I did this and this and this for you. And you told me you were going to do this and now you're not doing it anymore. Like you can't get out of my house. She states she got the termination, but quote, not only that, I had to go home 2 days later because he had to go on a trip to Burning Man. So I had to go through that, and he went to Burning Man, and he just left me up, and he didn't even, and you know, you don't get cell service in Burning Man because it's a desert, so I couldn't even get a hold of him. His texts weren't even coming through. I was just at home by myself, just up in the head, and he didn't even care. Like, it was just me. If he had to do something that traumatic for me, I wouldn't just leave him and go on a trip.
This is on a public interview?
Yeah.
And people didn't care when that happened.
Damn.
She also talks about another time Diddy was abusive, and she says, the other time was when he caught me texting another man. It was in Miami. It got really crazy that time. We were upstairs. We were in his closet, and he pushed me, and I fell to the ground. He stood over me, so I was, like, laying on my back. He stood over me, and he started punching me on the sides of my head, like, just on both sides, she describes. And I was just, like, covering my face. After he got done doing that, because he was, like, standing over me, he, like, stomped on my stomach really hard. It took the wind out of my breath. I couldn't breathe, but he kept hitting me. I was, like, pleading with him, can you stop? Can you stop? I can't breathe. He stopped for a little bit, then he grabbed my hair from the back and was punching the back of my head. And he was just avoiding my face when he was hitting me. The next big fight we got into at that point, I was fighting back because I had just had enough of his shit. And he kept pushing my buttons, and I was just trying to calm the situation down before it got worse, and he kept pushing me and pushing me. I left his bedroom and went to his guest house, because he has like a separate guest house. Now, side note, again, if the allegations here are true, she states the guest house has a meditation room, which is just, people think it's ironic. He followed me there, and he continued talking shit to me, and I just got to the point where I was just so angry, and I took a bottle of De Leon tequila, smashed it on the ground, and he was like, you did that at my house with my kids here? I ran out of the meditation room, he chased after me, pushed me onto the ground outside, took my hair, and was dragging me across the grass with my hair.
Jesus.
After that, a couple hours later, it was the weekend, so we had people coming over, and he just acted like nothing happened. He was dancing, laughing, talking to me like we didn't just get into a physical fight. It was always a push and pull with him. He wanted to pull me close to him and push me away at the same time, which confused me, and it just hurts. She also alleges that he was cheating quite a bit throughout all of this. He would just tell her that it's just her and Cassie, but she always found him texting other people. She claims that his nanny even texted him naked photos. Or at least that's what she claims she found. Unclear if the photos were coerced or not, but even so, very alarming considering the power dynamic, right? But I digress. She finds pictures of the nanny naked on his phone, according to her allegations, and she claims that he doesn't even feel guilty or ashamed. He just says, well, what do you expect? You're f***ing with a superstar. She also claims that he once hid her in front of her child. So she has a child from a previous relationship. Her daughter was 3 years old at the time. But she states he never abuses women in front of his children because he doesn't want them to see him like that.
That's weird.
Really?
That's the allegation, but it does seem kind of to track. In Cassie's lawsuit 4 years later, she alleges that once she was, quote, healing and being trapped in Diddy's LA house to heal from her injuries, that he FaceTimes her because he's out of town and instructs her, quote, you gotta go up and put more makeup on. My son can't see you like that.
What
Because I
the
guess her
fuck?
bruising was shown. These are the allegations that Gina put forth on a podcast in 2019. Many netizens think that the whole story got buried by Diddy, and soon after the podcast, I think a lot of people didn't take it as seriously because she goes back to Diddy. Which started some online drama between her and Young Miami of City Girls, who was
What an
reportedly
idiot.
dating Diddy at the time. Gina would later write on social media, he's just a really good longtime friend of mine, nothing more, nothing less. Like, I just want him to be happy, because, like, he did bless me in a lot of ways, and I'm always going to be forever grateful and respect him. Which, just to clarify, this is not to say that what she said was not the truth, which I'm not saying it is or not, these are her allegations. I'm just stating that two things can be true at the same time. She could have been physically, mentally, emotionally abused, and she could have still gone back to Diddy. Like, it's not, yeah. So all of these things, people are bringing it up because there's a small group of unhinged people being like, Cassie just wants money. But people are like, well, actually, the signs were there. Like, look at all these things. But it's not until CNN posts hotel surveillance footage that people realize Cassie was likely telling the truth the whole time about everything, and there's probably a lot more that we don't know.
Here we
The
go.
footage is from 2016
Let
at
me
an
see.
Intercontinental Hotel in LA. In the security footage of the hotel hallway, you see Cassie quickly walking out of the hotel room. She's wearing this big oversized hoodie, she's barefoot, and she's holding a bunch of things in her arms, and it's clear that she's in a rush to leave. She quickly walks towards the elevators, but seconds later, Diddy comes running out of the room with nothing but a towel around his waist. He runs out down the hallway, grabs her by the back of her hood, throws her onto the ground, and starts kicking her. Cassie is just laying on the floor while he kicks her, and she's in a fetal position. Diddy grabs the back of her hood and starts dragging her back towards the hotel. He also grabs her bags that were dropped, and it appears that Cassie is crying out for help. Perhaps worried that someone would investigate, he lets Cassie go, but takes all of her belongings into the hotel room. She goes back to the elevator to try and get the elevator, but he comes back, shoves her down, and throws a vase at her from a nearby table, like a glass vase.
God
And then
damn.
did she leave or?
She does end up leaving, and it is exactly as she has it listed in her lawsuit. So the lawsuit comes out in November of 2023. The footage is released in 2024. So people are like, she literally details this assault exactly like the footage.
So how is the footage not came out in 2016
He paid the hotel security worker $50,000 in cash, allegedly.
to not post it?
Bro, 50,000 is nothing. For something like that.
I think that he gave Diddy a copy. I don't know who else has copies. I imagine if someone like that is willing to take $50,000 to not release it or call the police, he probably took a copy of his own. So who knows how many copies
The
this is.
hotel has it still. They probably still had it.
Okay, the hotel was owned by a big hotel company, and they state that that hotel is no longer under their management, and they don't have any files from them. So they're saying we didn't leak this in 2024. So it's
By somebody.
It's unclear how CNN got
Interesting.
this footage. And this becomes a whole thing because Diddy's attorneys are later going to allege that the government gave it to CNN. It's a whole thing. But it is exactly as Cassie has it listed in her lawsuit. She explains what happens afterwards, even though it's not captured on footage, or at least the released footage. Her attorney states, Cassie managed to get into the elevator, and when she got to the lobby, quickly took a cab to her apartment.
How much?
Upon realizing that her running
Almost there.
Away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her, and completely stuck in this vicious cycle of abuse, Ms. Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. The lawsuit states, in or around March 2016, during that FO at the Intercontinental Hotel Century City, LA, Mr. Combs became extremely intoxicated and punched Ms. Ventura in the face, giving her a black eye. After he fell asleep, she tried to leave the hotel room. As she exited, he woke up and began screaming at her. He followed her into the hallway of the hotel while yelling at her. He grabbed at her and then took the glass vases in the hallway and threw them at her, causing glass to crash around them as she ran to escape in the elevator. So I feel like the lawsuit doesn't even really describe it, how bad it is. I'm not saying it's intentionally downplayed, but it almost downplays it compared to the footage. So think about everything else that's downplayed.
Exactly.
So with the video being released, Cassie's attorney made a statement stating, "The gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs. Words cannot express the courage and fortitude that Ms. Ventura has shown in coming forward to bring this to light." Once this footage is leaked, all these other clips start going viral. I think people are trying to see if they could have seen the clues. The Met Gala interview from 2015 has gone viral, and at the time nobody really noticed, but Diddy and Cassie are being interviewed by Andre Talley, and she walks up to shake his hand. Diddy gives her the most insane death glare,
shit.
and then very aggressively wraps his arm around her waist and pulls her in, and her whole body seems to tense.
Oh, hell nah.
He does not seem happy at all during the interview and even puts his hand on the interviewer's shoulder in a comforting way, but it feels slightly threatening in hindsight.
Yeah.
One netizen comments, "He snatched her waist, and I also saw the way he looked at her. This is pure control. If she stayed with him any longer, she might not be alive to tell anyone or file a civil lawsuit." The look he gave her for even shaking another man's hand, Diddy is going to have plenty of more women coming out of the woodwork. He's a monster. Then in 2017, they're back at the Met Gala. They're interviewed by Andre again. And it appears that she's reaching her hand out to shake his hand, but pulls back awkwardly while he appreciates her dress. She seems incredibly reserved this time. Like she doesn't even want anyone to focus on her or her dress. And in comparison to the last Met Gala, where she approached Andre, shook his hand, this time she just waits in the back for Diddy to almost let her walk up and show off her dress.
Is this your avant-garde moment? Yeah. This is it. This is fearlessness.
The next Met Gala clip that goes viral is the next year, 2018. The year they break up. The theme is Heavenly Bodies, Fashion, and the Catholic Imagination. So Liza Koshy was asking each attendee the same question. Is there anything you'd like to confess tonight? Playing into the theme. But when she asks Cassie, a lot of netizens have pointed out, Diddy gives her a death glare once again. She stammers for about half a second before putting her hands into a prayer and saying, "I keep everything here, right here, or right here." And she points at herself and Diddy.
She said she keep everything right here between her and Diddy.
Yeah, or like her and prayers, God, I guess. But it's just the way that Diddy looks at her when they ask this question, and the way that she it seems that she appears nervous and stressed about the question.
Confess tonight before you go in.
Oh, hell no.
Everything right here. Or right here.
One comment reads, when she asks Cassie if there's anything she wants to confess, Diddy is giving Cassie the death stare, and Cassie hesitates, as if she's afraid to respond with the wrong thing. It's sad to see that she was that scared. Others have pointed out that Diddy is standing there in all white with crosses on while she's going through the most demonic shit. Even after the breakup went public, Diddy posts on Instagram a screenshot of the Michael Jackson song, "The Lady in My Life," and he captions it, "If anyone sees Cassie this weekend, please tell her to listen to this song 100 times. Now, some people believe, there are theories that maybe this was a song played during freak-offs or something that's not actually meaningful. Notable lyrics include 2 hearts and a beat of ecstasy, "Come to me, girl, and I will keep you warm, stay with me, I want you to stay with me, I need you by my side, don't you go nowhere." Even after everything he did to her, he still has the audacity to publicly try to do this and talk to her. It feels like a threat. Another friend of Cassie's comes out to state that Diddy gave Cassie a black eye the night before her Perfect movie premiere in 2016, where she's the main female lead, which has everyone digging up those clips again. And in an interview at the premiere for that movie, an interviewer makes this kind of normal statement where she says, "You and Terrence, your your co-star, the male lead, the love interest in the movie, I mean, you guys were definitely believable."
No, we're friends at the end of the day. And that is very awkward when you're just friends with somebody and you're not in love, but...
Netizens have commented that you can see bruising on her face while she's answering these questions. It's unclear if it's the lighting or if there are bruises there, but others have also pointed out how she answered the question by the interviewer. They think it's just odd. Now, side note, in another interview, Cassie talks about how Terrence, her co-star, was nervous for their slightly scene in the movie because, quote, "He was super nervous because he knows Puff, and I think they had a conversation, and Puff was just like, make it believable. It's awkward as hell when you're not in love with somebody and you have to do something like that." The interviewer jokes that perhaps Terrence messed up the scene on purpose so he could redo it all over again, and to which Cassie's co-star, another female guest that was on this podcast, she responds, "Don't get Terrence hurt now." And I think it was all a joke, but it's all people are bringing up in hindsight. A lot of netizens have also pointed out that it's kind of strange that Cassie has to keep mentioning to the world that it's uncomfortable doing these scenes with someone you're not in love with. I mean, that's acting. It's nothing new. Some believe it's a reference to the freak-offs that she did not want. Like, you don't want to do this with people you're not in love with. Others believe it's her desperately trying to tame the very violent, very jealous Diddy because she's scared for her safety. Or maybe even Terrence's safety. And his car. In another interview for the same movie, which was released a year or two before their final breakup, the interviewer asks her if she thinks it's okay to keep a relationship a secret.
I mean, it depends on where the relationship goes. If it's something that you didn't want to share and it's your secret, it's your secret. I do believe in karma if you're hurting people, but...
In another interview about the same movie, she's asked about how she feels about Diddy being at the premiere, watching her and Terrence because they have scenes. They say, your boyfriend's going to sit down next to you, and you and Terrence are... What does that feel like?
It's work. It feels, I mean, obviously there's a little bit of anxiety with that, but Terrence is a good friend of mine, and, Puff has been so understanding with everything, so it's good.
But people have said it feels a little odd in hindsight. Not that the interviewer's question was odd, but just in hindsight of Diddy watching the freak-offs and the same thing with the movie. She's asked about her boyfriend Diddy as well. What makes you guys work? She responds, I think that what makes any relationship work, if it's working, just not talking about it too much, just keeping it close to your heart.
That feels like has a lot of doom meanings.
Yes, because people are saying if it's working, not talking too much. Others have just pointed to another interview to show how much power Diddy has in the industry. The interviewer says, I mean, look, there's no way around it. You're Diddy's girlfriend. He's a marquee name. He's one of the richest guys in our culture, hip-hop. Richest guy in the world, honestly, one of them. And I'm sure you being your own person, it's pretty hard to navigate a relationship with someone like Diddy. Cassie does state it's hard because nobody associates her with music anymore, but more so just Diddy's girlfriend. But she still has that core group of fans that are just asking for more and more music, and it's difficult because, she loves music and she's working on it. People have also taken apart a video Cassie uploaded, a music video released 1 year before their breakup. It's titled Cassie, a short film where she alludes to a toxic relationship, and she says he's like an aggravating high. Like the high you want to go away, but you never want to go away. It creeps up on you, has you do some crazy shit that you would never do, and then it leaves you in the middle of the night. In it, she has a line that says, I just want to be free. And in the end of the short film, she drives off from the toxic relationship by herself, and she's standing in the desert with her arms outstretched, to which people allude and think it's her spreading her wings. She does state in an interview that this short film was really important for her because she was involved in every creative aspect of it. Furthermore, because hindsight is 2020 and eye-opening, a lot of people have pointed to the fact that it's crazy how nobody knew what was going on behind closed doors because after their final breakup, there was a whole TV segment on whether or not Cassie should go back to Diddy. People were commenting about how they break up every single year and it seems like Cassie is just really looking for that ring. She wants to get married. They also state that Diddy is posting on Instagram about how much he wants her back and it's so romantic. Again, they clearly don't know what's going on behind closed doors, but a lot of people have pointed out just to say, we truly don't know the private lives of these celebrities. Even other celebrities don't know sometimes. But all these clips start getting brought back up and making its rounds online. Oh, along with a picture that has been circulating that's rumored to be Cassie wearing sunglasses, and she has a busted forehead, busted lip. This is while she's dating Diddy, but she said that Dubai was crazy, like her trip to Dubai was crazy, and it was quickly deleted from her Instagram.
What does that mean, Dubai is crazy?
I think she was insinuating she tripped and got hurt, or it was just so crazy she was drunk and she was having too much fun, but a lot of people think that it was the abuse, and this was her way of trying to maybe even test the waters and hope that people would be like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, is she being hit or something? Now, all these clips, they start being brought back up and making its rounds online, including the interrogation of Jonathan Odie, the man from the Trump Hotel who claims to have been a for Diddy because he was saying everything about the freak-offs before Cassie's lawsuit.
Who is this guy?
He is a stalker. It seems that a lot of netizens believe he has association with Diddy and Cassie. He likely was a worker that engaged in the freak-offs. He likely was paid off. Some people think that maybe he tried to blackmail Diddy for money. Some people think that Diddy hired PIs to follow him. And it just kick-started this paranoia in probably an already slightly unwell mind. And it spiraled into him creating all these crazy conspiracies to make sense of everything. And I'm sure the drug usage didn't help.
Jesus Christ.
Many netizens believe that he was telling the truth. They comment, 2018, this man is crazy. 2024, wow, he was telling the truth. Another comments, this is why I don't write people off as crazy immediately. This guy had no reason to lie, and his story from 6 years ago is consistent with what we're hearing today. Another reads, this is why I get mad when people ask victims, why did you wait until now to say something? People have been saying something for many years and they were called crazy, ignored, not believed, and nothing was done about it. That man has gotten away with destruction for years because of this. I believe every word Jonathan has said. Some just comment, what if those bottles of baby oil are laced with liquid cocaine? Others state, yeah, he might have been saying some unhinged things about like the government and stuff, but who knows if that's even true, right? Maybe. But some parts must be true, and perhaps he lost his mind because of the incidents involving Diddy. I don't think he's a nutbag. I think he went into a state of psychosis triggered by drugs and he was paranoid because of Puff Daddy's handlers were following him, harassing him, and threatening him. Others don't believe a single thing Jonathan says. They say lies on top of lies on top of lies. Diddy does officially come out to respond to the hotel footage that was revealed by CNN. He states now in a since deleted Instagram video, remember, this man goes from, these are baseless, outrageous lies, to,
It's so difficult to reflect on darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Oh, hell no.
I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. When I sought out professional help, I would go to therapy, go to rehab, and ask God for His mercy and grace.
which a source who knows Diddy says about his comment about hitting rock bottom. Rock bottom must be his personality. I've never not seen this person. Netizens have commented, he did not hit rock bottom. He hit Cassie repeatedly until she was a shell of a woman. Other comments read, if he's this brazen and brutal in a hotel hallway, just imagine how evil he is behind closed doors. I'm more scared of what hasn't been caught on camera. When someone says, why didn't you leave? Remember this video. Cassie was leaving. Or at least she was trying to. The fact that the hotel security accepted a $50,000 payoff to hand the footage over to the abuser instead of calling the police to attempt to help this woman is disturbing and disgraceful.
Yeah,
Others just point out, wait, weeks ago he said the accusers were liars and now this video gets dropped and he takes full responsibility? Others just ominously write, you can apologize and you can repent, but the crime you committed, you still have to pay for it. Additionally, in a since taken down Instagram post, Misa Hilton, one of the mothers of Diddy's children, she's the mother of 30-year-old Justin Combs. She's actually known Diddy since she was a teenager. Yeah, she addresses the footage. She says, I am heartbroken that Cassie must relive the horror of her abuse, and my heart goes out to her. I know exactly how she feels, and through my empathy, it has triggered my own trauma. He needs help, and I am praying that he truly does the personal work and receives it. Some netizens thought the statement was interesting. It seems like she's being careful with her words to not land herself in legal trouble, but netizens have also pointed out the fact that she said she's reliving her own trauma. Is that trauma that she had with other people or with Diddy? He needs to work on himself. Some interpret it as he needs to learn and grow from this, which could be interpreted as casual downplaying of a violent incident, or it could mean, like, lock him up in a psych ward. He needs help. Like, we gotta do something. Tiffany Red, the friend who corroborated Cassie's version of events the night of her 29th birthday, states to Diddy, your abuse of power has inflicted ongoing harm on countless individuals, including myself, my friends, and my peers. You are a literal pillar in black music. So many of us look up to you. This moment hurts for us too, but no one deserves to endure all of this. It's not right. You're hurting the very black and brown people you say you love and support. It pains me to write this letter to you, Diddy, as a black woman, but when will this cycle of abuse stop? It has to stop. Cassie's attorney states, Combs' most recent statement is more about himself than the many people he has hurt. When Cassie and multiple other people have come forward, he denied everything and suggested that his were proven false, and that shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words.
The Tiffany Red's message to Diddy, is that like you say she wrote a letter?
An open letter to Rolling Stone, because at that point, there were some people that were not really believing Cassie, or believing, yeah, well, you're only saying that now because you want money.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Tiffany Red said she's scared for her life. Yeah.
When she wrote that?
When she wrote that, she also stated that in some of the lawsuit verbiage, it's very clear that Tiffany Red is the friend that's cooperating for Cassie. So it seems like she actually went public also for safety.
Right. So just so everyone knows that she's also a target, could be.
She said she doesn't go outside now. She stopped making music. I mean, this has completely ruined her life. Yeah. Cassie has also made her only public statement since her lawsuit about the matter. She writes, the outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I'm better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those who are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. The healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me. Thank you. Love always, Cassie. Her husband, Alex Fine, posted to Instagram, a letter to women and children. Men who hit women aren't men. Men who enable it and protect those aren't men. As men, violence against women shouldn't be inevitable. Check your brothers, your friends, and your family. Our daughters, sisters, mothers, and wives should feel protected and loved. Hold the woman in your life with the utmost regard. Men who hurt women hate women. To all the survivors, find the men and women who help and love. To all the survivors, your stories are real and people believe you. To all the survivors, you are not alone. And there are men and women who care only for your well-being and safety. We want you to succeed and flourish. To all the women and children, I'm sorry you live in a world where you're not protected and you don't feel equal. I want to raise my daughters in a world where they are safe and loved. To the abusers, you're done. You're not safe anymore. You're not protected anymore. The men by your side are just as weak. You're so miserable with yourself that death would be considered a kindness. Some netizens think that Diddy should have seen this coming because Cassie told him in a song exactly what she planned on doing. In her song Love a Loser, which she states she helped write, the lyrics read, "I'd rather lose a lover than love a loser. Everything you did, I couldn't do it to you. Got my vision clear, so now I'm seeing through you. Writing you a letter, I'm gonna send it to you." Which she did. The letter just happened to be in the form of a lawsuit that would end his career. Because shortly after Cassie, 10 other victims have filed lawsuits against Diddy, which we will cover in depth in the next episode. Those are the lawsuits that have already been filed. There is an attorney in Texas named Tony Busby who states there's a lot more coming, perhaps 120 more. Out of the 120 accusers he is representing and working with, Tony says 60 of them are men, 60 of them are women, and 25 of them were minors when the alleged abuse took place. Tony states that one of the abuse was even as young as 9 years old when he was allegedly abused by Diddy. The individuals that are being repped by Tony Busby, he states, come from 25 different states, majority from California, New York, Georgia, and Florida. He alleges that many of the alleged abuse took place at auditions where, quote, many times, especially young people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star. I want to focus on the ages of these victims. When we talk about the ages of these victims, when the conduct occurred, it is shocking. He states, this should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred. He states that he has set up a hotline for any victims of Diddy to call. They have received over 12,000 calls in just 24 hours. He states ominously, I have no doubt that there are people right now who know that they were somehow involved in this, who are now scrubbing their social media, who are searching their memories, who are deleting their texts, probably deleting pictures and trying to distance themselves from this. And we know who they are, or we will find out who they are. This is not something that's going to happen overnight, but I think we are at the tip of the iceberg. That I think we can agree with. This is the tip of the iceberg, and this is part 1. Part 2 will be up soon. In that episode, we will be going in depth on the other 11 lawsuits, as well as in depth on the one lawsuit against his son, which is about what happened at a Diddy yacht party, and the very, very strange death of the mother of his children, Kim Porter, and the very controversial book that claims to be her diary entries before her death, and that book seems to implicate Diddy as having a much larger role in her death. So stay tuned for that, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Damn, that was insane. night. on. Here's your neck.
accident with your hand. Yeah. I don't see the guy putting more on the table. He says in the afternoon, when he checked, supposedly he sent me the this guy with that one, the commercial guy, with Joaquin. Yeah, you shame, but don't put in other jobs. I check all the schedule with the work. Yeah. Oh yeah, Ramirez. Kenya. Okay, and the other thing is for the Kenya, you have the Kenya basically Rafael, Juan. No, but you put the other one. I see the other guy. The other guy is the I don't remember the. I see other guy. I see other guy. Kenya. Yeah, you put the double time, the Kenya. And one time you have the Kenya only the Caesar liners, and the other one you have Caesar liners. That is for tomorrow too. And the other one you have Rafael, Juan, and Sergio. Yeah, that one, the Caesar liners for the Power and Kenya too? Okay. Aníbal Nestor and I don't remember this other, but I think you have to. Yes, these are Linus, Rafael, Juan, Sergio. Yeah, ready. Yeah, basically only missing the picture. Only the picture for the truck, for the mini truck. I need a picture and need a torque. Okay, yeah, you have the torque in the office. Yeah, you send me a picture already, right? Okay, I thought we were going on. Okay. Mira, mañana está tu carga informativa. Ajá, ahorita ya hablé con aquella ahorita yo. Allá mismo es donde. Oh, sí, en esta casa está aquel todavía. Porque, ¿te acordás el nombre de la casa? A ver, ahorita te digo dónde está. Lucio, no, este es aquel. Espérame, ahorita te voy a ver. Creo que no es. Creo que es ese. Astronic es. Ahorita te la estoy mandando. Sí. Avión de pegue con esa onda todavía. Con los horarios. Con él te ibas a ir ahorita. Con él te ibas a ir. Sí, porque ahorita ya no pareces ahí. Ahorita mismo que fueran para allá para que quede un movimiento también. ¿Tienes ahí en la captura que te mandé ahí está todo? Dale mañana ya y ya que yo llegue a la oficina voy a ver eso para ver si te puedo dejar ahí de planta hablando con aquel.
So tiny. Good morning, QJ. Top of the morning. Good morning, PJD. It is time. Time to eat. There we go. Time to eat. Oatmeal. Hell yeah. I actually added salt this time. Oh, and as you can see, I set that and then I turn off the power today. And I tried my best to be extremely tired. I'm not tired. I tried my best to be extremely quiet. Yeah, quiet. Dun, 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 dun. The salt makes it taste like if it has like if it has cheese, it makes it taste like cheddar. But yeah, I get a good bite, it tastes a little bit like cheese. Like, I don't know. Oh yeah, today I'm not gonna run. I got a massage at 1 p.m. so I don't think I should run. I'm just gonna do 40 miles on the bike. Yeah. And last week they said that I only have to go 2 times a week. Only 2 times a week, so yeah, that's good. Fuck. And I'm not gonna go to downtown. I'm gonna go on the same river path, but instead of going to downtown, I'm gonna go to a different gym. I would go to downtown, but it is way too unsafe to have my bike in downtown. The area, downtown area where the gym is at, is like sketch. Well, yeah, let's stay in smart places. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a good place to be at with that bike. The gym I'm going to is like it's like a nice area. It's a very nice area, so it'll be safe there. Oh yeah, I cannot forget, after the massage, I gotta go pick up the controller from my friend's house. It's really, if I get 2 controllers, my nephew could play. Like my nephew from my sister's house, the older nephew. Well, it depends what game. If it's Minecraft or Fortnite, he could play. Roblox doesn't work. Maybe Call of Duty does work. He's gonna do the whole split screen. Thoughts on new Cardi album? The hell? True, BRB. All right. I haven't even listened to a Cardi B song at a long time. Honestly, I don't even listen to mainstream music anymore. The only time I listen to mainstream music is when I'm in my sister's car or my mom's car. Delicious. Back. Nice. has some important business to take care of. Alright. Okay. Move this over there. Okay, made it. I just had to call my car people to set up an oil change. Bruh. Alright. Yeah, busy morning for me. Okay, I'm gonna start the next live stream. Time to switch.